Healer was at 14. Chose not to heal himself even though his max HP is 35. That's a 1 in 8 chance. Fireball rolled for 15 damage. I don't know. Nothing you can do. It's just kind of frustrating. I thought it was going to give me a chance as bad as everything else had been, but that was just about as bad as that can possibly go. For where my stat line was. And this is why I say I need so much time open. Yeah, it's about a 7-hour run, but the resets are strong and haven't even made it into Chapter 2 yet. With all of its suicide runs. One of these days I may just do a no reset run just to see how much I can cut off my time with a really bad start. I don't really want another bad PB, but if I continue to not be able to get anywhere, I may do that at some point. Hey, as far. Alternatively, if I have to reset a couple more times, I may just do a run of 3. Because I have some more changes to things in Dragon Warrior 3 that potentially can save some time, or it can lose time in large chunks, which is always fun. Nice. Dragon Warrior 1 is... At some point I should probably do a bad run just for the sake of having a time in all the first 4. That's... so much grinding. 34. So it's probably... Game Boy Color version? Nice. GBC version is fun. Much more runnable than the NES version in terms of, you know, being able to tolerate things. Yeah. There are a few different variations you can use. I haven't looked into it a whole lot. But as far as the grinding, I've seen some, like after they pick up the token, grind for a specific amount of XP to be able to hit 17 on the way to Charlock, and then they'll hit 18 in the on the way down into Charlock off Red Dragons, and go for the kill. That's just insanity, but I've seen it work for them. The top-end Japanese times for Dragon Quest I Super Famicom, which is a bit different than the Game Boy Color version, but very similar. The top-end times are just crazy. The luck involved in those runs. top-end times for most of the DQ games are. Well, Red Dragons, the thing about them is the huge XP in one hit. They're not necessarily the best to fight, but talking like they'll hit 3 along the way to the Dragon Lord or something like that, and that'll be enough to push to 18. The top end optimized runs are crazy like that. Got to use the herb. Yeah, it's, I don't remember, was it a 119 for SFC Dragon Quest 1? Something like that? Just nuts. Anything around 130 is a pretty good run, and then he cut an extra 10 minutes off of that. Hey, Dread, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's a short enough run that it's pretty easy to put in a bunch of attempts on, so that's why you see the times being so crazy. Although the best time for DQ4 Famicom was also just crazy good. Had a couple of deaths, and still is just an amazing time. I'm not sure I would consider the choker chest to be a glitch, but I can see where you're coming from on that. Yeah, DQ3 runs are quite impressive. Hey, another crit. Not that I needed it, because I should have been able to one-shot it from that range, but I'll take it. Critical strikes with anyone other than Alina are a 1 in 64 occurrence. Alina is level over 256. GVC Dragon Quest 3 for the basically glitchless route, you'd use the same as the SFC version. You can also do a glitch run of that game where you basically underflow your characters to level 99 using the Parcheesi board. Not actually Parcheesi, but the word is close enough. I have a 0% success rate getting through the pyramid on the Game Boy Color version, though. So much sleepy time. Well, suboptimal stat gain, but it's still plenty to crush the game. It's kind of random to get quickly, but not too terrible. I would find that to be a much less interesting run than like the standard DQ3 route. But that route is pretty crazy in a bunch of places. My favorite was the run I did just testing the route, making sure it worked, and I got to Baramos Bomus, and he used 6 Explodettes on me in 2 turns, and I just died. I should have should have hit the chicken instead. Now that I'm committed to it. Oh, Healy asleep is bad. Exacta. Good use. Well, the Baramos fight, I didn't have too much difficulty with. It was Bomus, the refight that is just complete cake mode most of the time in the NES version. He just happened to roll, because he gets 3 attacks per turn, up to 3 attacks per turn. And he used Explodette on all of those. Acted last in the first turn and first in the second turn, so I got hit with 6 straight Explodettes. It was pretty high quality stuff. Again, I should reset there, but that's not a terribly costly death. I don't want to fight healers. If they had been in the same group, I might have considered it, but that's not going to be enough XP for 6 anyway. That sounds like the appropriate names. I can't remember some of the enemy names offhand. Lots of flexing, lots of tongues, and some metal slimes. So I'm level 6, which theoretically is all levels I need. So I want to run from things. Again, theoretically, I want to run from things. I'll take this refill because it'll save me 2 herbs. Potentially. It could actually save my life given the HP values I was at. But should be 3 encounters on average to get from here to the boss. It obviously can be way more than that, or it can be none. But 3 is about the average. $51 HP is good. My strength has been pretty good. So, got about as good a chance I'm gonna get. Don't hit Healy. Or, you know, focus fire Healy to death. I guess that works too. I'm only attacking this turn to make Healy heal himself, because if I ran and they decided to attack Healy, I was pretty screwed. I run away, please. So again, 1 medical herb for the boss is less than ideal. There are a few setups that I want to use a medical herb on Healy. So having 3 increases my odds, but no, it's the same run mechanic. That was 3 failed runs. I had an attack turn in there because I wanted Healy to heal himself on the first round. 21 is really bad damage. Should be hitting like 25 to 28. And Healy 17 HP is really bad. 22 is also bad, but they rolled low enough health. So my medical herb is already down because the pattern so far has not been good. Amidst a fireball is not good, but it's okay. Have to parry here, a physical will kill me. Physical from Sarrow Shadow can hit for up to 23 damage at my current level. Nice crit, Healy. Yeah, I was afraid of that. That's one of those turns I would have used a medical herb, because the chance, like, he will almost always prioritize healing Ragnar over himself. Luckily, you got turn priority the following turn. Through. Not a good time, but a good enough time, I guess. Okay, so there are no more random encounters in the chapter, so I've just got to hit the last couple checkpoints. I would almost always prefer Healy to heal himself before Ragnar, but works out. So easiest way to get back, rather than climbing the tower again, step out, flying shoes, it'll take you back to the top of the tower. There's one Wing of Wyvern in this chapter, Wing of Wyvern. I choose to get it now because inventory restriction earlier. I would have had no medical herbs for the boss if I'd gotten it, and I would have gotten probably 3 or 4 random encounters on the way to it. So it's faster to do it afterwards, when encounters are disabled. It's gotta be a bit slow. Like I said, 23 is about the power I shoot for this chapter. Don't have to throw away any medical herbs at least. In time for the old glorious XP get sound. Because somehow the king was just holding on to experience he could give me. Only 10 times the amount that I got throughout the rest of the chapter. It would have been nice to have earlier. And I actually want no agility gains, no luck gains. Again, the smallest gains in the world. But agility and luck make practically no difference for Ragnar, so... Oh, and no int gains either, but he very rarely gets int. Just, it saves on text, but it's completely random, there's nothing you can do about it. Because he's always going to be the slowest character anyway, so agility doesn't matter, and luck only matters in preventing status effects. Right. Now we have Alina, the single strongest character in the game. Didn't start out that way, but she gets that way. I have to talk to 3 people to be able to exit the castle. It's Bray, Christo, and the left guard at the gate. He moved left, so I'll talk to him here, even though it cost me half a step. Half a step being that I turned instead of taking a full step. And I'll pick up a fairy water here to sell later on. There are a few variations of how the goal works out that I need this. And there are some that I don't. And it's better to do it before you talk to Christo, because again, that saves you turning to talk to him. Yeah, my PB is awful. Like, about a 7-hour run is what I'm looking for. I've only managed to complete one run. I had one that was close, and then my power went out right at the end of the game. So, I should gain time on pretty much every split, except for possibly the grinding in Chapter 5. That went fairly well, but everything else went quite poorly. You know, my PB was basically just testing the route. And since then, I haven't finished one. Still PJ breaks, yeah. Get in the town, please. Thank you. You can actually get a random encounter on that tile that Christo and Bray join you, which is kind of weird, but I've had it happen multiple times. I tend to parry with Bray when he's not casting spells because his damage is meaningless. And the parry is faster than an attack by more than the time it takes me to select parry unless my mini-wing is atrocious. So if his turn comes up, then he'll parry instead of doing an attack for 1 or 0 damage. That's the single worst encounter you can get in this area. Rabbit hounds. Plus hoppers. Just rabbit hound is okay. It's not good. They hit hard. Actually, parry. Trying to heal yourself. Yeah, Christo spamming beat and defeat against enemies that can't be hit by it, like bosses, that's like a common memory of people who play the game. But beat and defeat are both very, very good in the speedrun. They work on a surprisingly large number of enemies with a high success rate. Parry bug doesn't exist in this game. They fixed it. It would be nice if it did, but it would only really be usable in here in Chapter 2 and in Chapter 4. And even in Chapter 4 would only be for a very short period of time. It might change the way I do this chapter, but... He got his turn. He's generally slower than Lena, but... Oh. Yeah. Sleeping cows can do a lot of damage. They can do like 50 damage if they roll really well. I would have liked to hit level 3 before I used the N, but Bray's out of MP, and that severely reduces my killing power against most of the encounters. So I'll probably have 2 N trips for the grinding and then 1 for before the boss, which is pretty expected. You can do it with 1 fewer if you good luck. No need to thank me, just doing my job. This damage. Both Alina and Christo are capable of one-shotting red slimes unless they roll bad damage or the slimes roll max HP, because every enemy in the game can spawn with anywhere from 75 to 100% of its max HP, which is 10 for a red slime. That was pretty awful. Speaking of bad damage. And Bray is a really good character that unfortunately ends up being pretty worthless. His best use is as a corpse for most of the run. He will actually get some levels in this route, as opposed to the way I used to do this chapter. So he'll finish like on par with everybody else in experience. Yeah, it's a common theme in the Dragon Warrior games that enemies have a max HP value, and when they appear, they'll have anywhere from 75 to 100% of that. Kind of leading to the idea that the monsters actually exist in the world and things that happen before you or your party encounters them. Max HP red slime, good use. So Bray just learned Sap, which is one of 2 useful abilities for this boss fight. The other one, Krista, will get a level 4, and that's an upper. They're opposites of each other. Sap decreases defense of 1 enemy, upper increases defense of 1 ally. There are some exceptions, of course, to actually have to parry here. Casco's hoppers are, as you will see, they pick a target on the first turn, and they will focus fire that target. Should kill the rabbit hound here. So, if I hadn't parried with Bray on the first turn, they would all be hitting him for about 2 damage, and he would have died before I could get a heal off. They're one of very few enemies that do that. Kind of like Demon Anteaters in Dragon Warrior 3. Okay, let's be Alina 4. Not quite. So, once Alina hits 4, it'll be about 1 to 2 more battles before Christo hits 4, which is what I need to be able to fight the boss. You can do it at lower than that, but it becomes very dangerous. It's supposed to only moderately dangerous. There are only a few things that can happen that will result in a loss. Leather hat, that's actually a really nice drop. Not too rare drop, but it helps. That's something that I can sell later on if I need to, or I can just leave it on Christo for things like orcs. Nice. That sounds like a pretty good way to go there. I can never remember the exact encounter rates, but it is higher on hills than on... Each terrain type has its own encounter rate, and hills are the highest. It's like hill, swamp, desert. So, managed to do it just with the one in trip, which is nice. 3, it's okay. So, Alina, every raw point of stasis she can get is useful in this chapter. Christo is mostly about MP, and Bray's stat gains don't matter at all, because it's Bray, who cares? I would like for him to get a little bit of HP from this boss fight, but doesn't matter too much. So, if things go well, then this boss fight is going to look really scary. Well, if things go as expected, it's going to look really scary. So this will likely be the first place to take advantage of the dead character glitch or feature or setup, whatever it is. If you're running a two-man party and the person in the first or second slot is dead, all attacks from the vast majority of games, all physical attacks, will go to the frontmost character, and that's used quite a bit throughout the run. So I'll throw upper onto Alina, gets put to sleep, which is one of the very few things that can go terribly wrong in this. Because now it means Alina doesn't have upper on. So if Christo dies before he gets that upper off, it turns into a very bad thing. And he's asleep again. This is not good. That's a low chance on hit. That the chameleon humanoid can put somebody to sleep. Okay, all attacks will now go to Alina. She has no HP. My ice bolt, hope the ice bolt hits. She's dead. Good use. I'm dead, by the way. That's like the only way that fight can go wrong is if Christo gets slept on the first turn before he casts upper. So that's fun. And that throws my money situation to be a little bit tricky in addition to costing time. I do have a hat to sell, so that's something. I'll probably end up having to sell all of Christo's equipment. Again, that should be a reset. But that's also a very unlikely occurrence. That's the only time I've died to that boss in the last... oh, probably 40 times I've done it. could be fighting these to earn back a bit of that gold, but they take a while to kill. That'd be a 2-round fight. And I actually want Christo to stay at level 4 even after the boss fight. Because it makes it cheaper to revive him after I do a death warp later on. Okay, I'm glad that trigger stays in place because I wasn't sure. I've never died to that and then continued, so I wasn't sure if I had to go re-trigger the dialogue with the old man or not. I was about to put him to sleep again. Okay, so Alina is now basically invulnerable. And now, starting from this coming round, all physical attacks will go to Alina. I actually should have ice bolted the Chameleon instead. His heal. So whether you sacrifice Bray or Christo here, there are a couple of trade-offs. Bray has the potentially higher damage output, but Ice Bolt resists frequently enough that ends up not mattering too much. The big thing is that Christo stays at level 4 like this, and it makes him cheap to resurrect. So that actually saves you a pretty good chunk of gold, and gold is fairly tight in this chapter. I'll have to do some adaptation to it. It means probably 1 less antidote or 2 less antidotes. It's going to depend on the encounters I get along the way. May have to fight an extra encounter or 2 to get gold. I could skip reviving him here. Oh. But there are a few encounters where Alina doesn't quite have the defense yet to tank all the hits. Good ambush. Not really something I want to fight, but... So now Bray has the MP to just nuke everything in sight. He won't be using that ability for long. But for now, he can nuke everything. One Ice Bolt should kill the plant, but I'll throw Krista's attack on there as backup, because that was a really bad damage roll. Typically what I would look for is level 6 on Alina here. I'm probably going to need to do a little bit more. It's fine on HP. Let's say at a 5 plant battle. And ideally, I would be able to get through this without using an EMP on Crystal, because it would let me skip an end trip, but... Good resist. So you can do that while Crystal is still 4. If the XP values line up, as they did. Do another one though, for gold. Ouch. Okay, low roll. Okay, and if I don't have enough gold now, then oh well, I don't have enough gold. So I've triggered that, and then kind of walk away because I don't care. I'll buy some stuff and see where I need, what I need for gold. Need a lot, actually. Gonna be rather low on herbs compared to where I would like to be. And I'm going to take the chance here and assume that I get something killable. Alright, so I'm looking for 2 plus 6 HP gains off these 2 Life Force nuts because, like I said, every point of raw stats for Lena is really useful. ADW. Now, you can get away without getting plus 6 on both of these, but 12 HP when your current max is around 30, 33 in this case. It's quite a bit. Don't need to save because I shouldn't die here. Famous last words. I normally put Bray in the front, but I do need to actually fight something. Or I would prefer to actually fight something if I get like a single enemy encounter. Some battles are just not fightable. That's one of them. So I would normally let Christo die here, or let Bray die here, but I want to find like a single vampire bat or a single somna beetle or something like that that I can blow up and recuperate some of the gold that I lost, so that I can afford to resurrect Christo without having to sell. As long as Bray doesn't get to put to sleep, I guess this is okay. Good job putting Bray to sleep. Hey, high spirits. Okay, that'll give me enough gold. 30 isn't much, but that means that I can sell the fairy water to be able to resurrect Christo. So this cave and most of this chapter is run or you'll be well done territory. Orcs are dangerous enemies because they use unweighted attacks. They do occasionally cast surround, but not often enough to make them good. The unweighted attacks means that they can still hit Christo, even though other enemies aren't able to. So they're the only enemy in the rest of this chapter that can physically attack Christo. Well, unless I hit Cascos Hoppers again on the couple of tiles that I can do that. Good use. And one of the advantages to using this setup is that it means that I only really need to invest in armor for Alina, and the other characters can be basically naked, and it won't really matter. I'm gonna take a risk here and try to get through this chest before dying, so I'm short on medical herbs. Eh. Not quite enough to be able to res without selling. It is very easy to forget to re-equip there. Done that entirely too many times. I think I could buy one medical herb. I could also wait to revive Christo. Oh no, it's third. Oh yeah, because he leveled up, that's right. Alright, Ice Spirits, good luck on your, I'm guessing is casual DQ8. So here I have to burn off some time until nightfall. And there are also some quest triggers that I need to hit at some point, so I'd use one to pass time for the other. Because unlike in Dragon Warrior 3, when you use a wing, it doesn't reset the time of day, it's whatever current time it is. So I can go pick up this checkpoint, trigger the quest here, pick up a strength seed, and then wing. Twice, actually. To make it night. Turn to the castle immediately. I'll do that if I can menu. I'm just gonna walk around the top of the castle, because that's close enough, right? NES, please. Yeah, the top row of castle, there is a no encounter zone, so I use that a couple of times to advance time of day without having to hit random encounters. Throw that onto Bray's corpse because he's useful for carrying items. That's about it. I do need the inventory space on Alina. I save here because the next run is a very high chance of death. You're intended to be around level 10 for this tower that I'm going to do. I'm obviously nowhere close to that. So this is again where the life force nuts gain comes into play. 45 is actually... it's a little bit low, but it's more or less average. This NPC is trying real hard to block me. Grizzly Sabers can crit. Spectates are good enemies. They don't really do anything. They Iron Eyes, which is fine with me. The first 2 floors don't have too many terribly dangerous enemies. It's floor 3 and up that have all the evil stuff. So, on average, I'll get 2 encounters on this floor on getting these 2 treasure chests. I want Spectates, but preferably not with the Pteranodons. Those are incredibly dangerous. At 1200 gold will be 1 of 2 chests that finance the buying of the Iron Claw for Alina, so I have to fight enemies for that gold. And the Strength Seed, again, every point of stats on Alina is important. Most of these encounters I have to fail to run from 3 times for them to be able to kill Alina. There's the triple run fail, so I'm probably dead. Yeah. You can't have the triple run fails against some encounters. Yes, 1 in 16. And there are some encounters that you can get that and be okay. You can barely live through them. There are some that if you get that, then you just die. It's the way it is. Waste no fireball. Thank you. It's one of the most dangerous encounters in here, the 4 butterfly dragon. In 1 turn, they can do about 40 damage to both characters. And it's kind of expected that you'll die once or twice in this tower. You can get through it without dying, and it's not a terribly rare occurrence, but just taking your chances and dying sometimes is still faster than anything else you could do here. You could also do those 2 chests later, but it's not worth it. You end up fighting a lot more encounters. You could do it once Bray learns outside, I guess, but... This is where the shortage of medical herbs comes into play, because Krista only has 3 heals left, and I have, I think, 2 medical herbs. And 2 more floors of encounters to go. Falling down there is probably a reset, because it drops you down to the previous floor, and you're not likely to be able to get through the tower at that point. I would typically heal Crystal also because the number of enemies that can multi-target, but it's a shortage of healing. So if he dies, I lose the 1 heal that he's got in stock anyway. Okay, I'm gonna have to take an extra in trip that I don't want to take. But I'm just too depleted on resources to reasonably get to Indoor. And this is route change the way that I was doing things. Now headed straight to Indoor where I get to rely on more luck. Hooray, luck! Alright, let's not die to a 2 skeleton encounter like I have the last several times here. And now the changes. So I normally get here at night, which means I need to reorder things a bit. Because at night you can't talk to the king. I could talk to the king now, but I would rather do that after Braylorn's return. As soon as I saw the Infernos, I knew that was probably a reset, but there was a chance that I lived through it. I got like a physical on Alina. So, there's only one enemy in this area that I can realistically kill, because only Christo, well, Bray technically has a weapon. Alina has no weapon. And that is Metal Slime. The only way to kill Metal Slime is to bash it with my characters, so... we in luck mode here. First encountering Metal Slime, which is not very rare, but then actually killing it. The delay there totally as just a... Please? Thank you. Alright, so with 3 attackers, I've got a pretty good chance to be able to kill a Metal Slime if it sticks around. Because your miss rate against Metal Slimes in this game isn't as bad. So it's a good start. I need one more. It doesn't have to be right now. I'll actually do things in a bit of a weird order here. Assuming Bray learns outside and return, which he has a chance to learn in this set of levels. Actually, no, it's night. So, I'll go for the second Metal Slime immediately. If it were day... Okay, there's outside. And there's return. Now, that also means that in Chapter 5, I can use Bray as my outside return mule, and that means that Mara doesn't have to live to level 10 to be able to learn it, which is important because the chances of her dying in the lighthouse are actually pretty high. Her dying and still finishing the boss is pretty significant odds. That was actually pretty decent luck on the first Metal Slime. It took several encounters to get there, but only the one reset. No, we're not killing Bray off again because I'm done... Well, I can kill him in Chapter 5, but it won't be until late in Chapter 5, actually. I have the option to kill off either him or Mara, if Mara lives. But I'm done having Alina tank the world in encounters. And so I want him to live through the rest of this chapter, because I'm going to be using outside and return. If I take too much damage here, I reset. And this is because money is actually much tighter than it may appear to be. Because I'm likely to fit in an in trip to push today. And I need to go get a gold chest and a seed out of a cave to the north. I need 1,500 gold to buy the Iron Claw. So I don't use the inn here, because that means that I'm not likely to be able to afford enough medicalers for 2 attempts in the arena. I may not have actually had somebody die there, but didn't want to sit through another combat round of 5 scorpions. And I was likely to have somebody die. So metal slimes have 3 to 4 HP. I didn't really need to reset there, but may as well recover my HP. Some of these I reset on are more a case of the amount of time you spend on the combat round, even assuming I get it out on the next attempt, and then the amount of time healing. It's just faster to reset. Yeah, if you can manipulate encounters like you do in Dragon Warrior 3, this would be amazing, but I haven't found any way to do that. Not to say that there isn't a way to do that, but I can as I load the save and get a different series of everything. Oh, the taunt. Ambushed and then run away. I wouldn't have killed it even if it wasn't an ambush, assuming they chose to run away, but the additional taunt factor. So obviously the top end of this is very good. I've hit enough metal slimes that I could have, realistically, already been done with the grinding. Even outside of the ridiculous case scenario of you just hit 2 metal slimes and kill them and you're done. We're now in territory that I could realistically be done with the grinding. It would take good luck. Well, if you're loading save states, that takes a snapshot of things exactly as they are, so unless you do something to affect the RNG, then it's going to be the same. There are a lot of places where you can load states in Dragon Warrior 4 and get the same outcome, but there are also a lot more places where the RNG is checked and adjusted. Got a chance. Not a good chance. So, a few reasons I'm running away from them. Alina has no weapon, and I could go and I could fix that, I could get her an iron claw, but these enemies do a lot of damage to anybody other than Alina. So the chances of people actually living through an encounter is not very high, and the encounters here are worth around 40 to 50 experience, as opposed to 1350 for a metal slime. So really, if you're going for metal slimes, you're all in on metal slimes. That's a bunch of first turn runs. I've had two that have stuck around for one turn, and they've stuck around for more than that since the one kill that I got. But I think I misspoke. Most of the enemies here are worth 40 to 50 experience, so the encounters are worth a bit more. But yeah, it's about 30 to 40 enemies per metal slime, and the difficulty involved in fighting them. Seems like I'm getting ambushed about once every 10th fight. Maybe a little bit lower than that, but that's what it seems like. When I see metal slime, my blame automatically go to the Everhate. Okay, we got a chance. That was a more than sufficient opportunity to kill it. Just missed way too many attacks. Hey, Dimitri. Yeah, it's a really good game to play through casually if you never have this version or the DS version. I prefer the NES, but the record, if I were playing the Japanese version, I would have killed 5 metal slimes by now, probably. Because you can use fairy water to one-shot them. Yeah, in the remake, they made her Russian. They did a lot of changes to the towns as far as different accents and regional dialects and such, which I wasn't particularly fond of. I don't have anything especially against it, but it was mostly the ridiculous town names they gave it, and it made it impossible for me to identify what any of the towns were, because I'm used to the NES names. I actually just mashed through most of the text in the remake because I knew the story already, so I didn't notice too much as far as what all the differences were. Yeah, Ragnar was originally Ryan. But unlike Dragon Warrior 3, the world map in this game doesn't really resemble the actual world map. Sad thing is I'm still way ahead of the other grinding method. Well, not so much way ahead anymore, but still ahead. If I'd gotten any of these multiple metal slimes that I probably should have gotten. Good crit. So just as an example, that frame on that encounter before, I got a metal slime. So as far as the RNG starting from an unpredictable state, that's why I have difficulty figuring out a way to actually manipulate encounters in this game. Well, the vast majority of everything written by Dickens is completely unreadable, but it's a completely different issue. Yeah, you would think that they would, but there's also always the chance that something weird was changed in localization that makes it different. I don't believe that encounter manipulation is possible in real time in this game. You can do it, I mean, you can do it in a task, you can do it in segmented, because you can just keep resetting the segments until you get what you want. The segmented run on SDA is actually really good. Yeah, that's actually, the first 4 chapters are the different character storylines, you get their backstories and everything. The 5th chapter you play as the hero, and as you work your way through the chapter, you pick up the other characters from the chapters that you played as, and they carry over all the equipment that they had and the levels and spells and everything like that. The caveat in this version of the game that's removed in the remakes is in Chapter 5, you only control the hero, and everybody else is, you give some basic tactics for the AI to follow, which does a good job of putting you in the shoes of being the hero. But they removed that in the remakes because apparently a lot of people didn't like that, because it made things difficult or something. This is not a very hard game at all. That is the one thing that people seem to not like about it. Come on. There's 3. There's 4. It's dead. Alright, grinding done. That took longer than it should have. It depends on which money-making trick. There's no really broken way to make a bunch of money, but there are several useful ways. Oh, forgot to manipulate seeds while I was doing that last. So before I went for that metal slime fight, I was supposed to manipulate seeds. It's not too big a deal. Yeah, you can carry over 8 pieces of stuff on Taloon, so you can carry over like 8 Swords of Malice if you want to spend the time to get Swords of Malice to show up in the shop, for example. But you don't have the gigantic bag that you can throw a bunch of stuff into that you can use in the remake. Okay, so I need to remember to use seeds and get herbs. So I am still only level 11, which makes the arena pretty random. Especially considering there's a Linguar at the end of it. But I'm willing to accept a couple of failures in the arena because it's fairly likely to happen. If I fail more than I think twice, I'll have to... Yeah, shit's wrong. I'll have to sell some things to be able to buy herbs, but that's not too big a deal. I've never done the manipulation in this spot before, but I think this works. No, I can't save there. Ah. Okay, so it's a little bit weird now. So I want maximum value out of these strength and agility seeds. Because it's just Alina versus the world. $68, is that really our max HP? This could be rough. I may need to actually get the full 6 out of the life force nuts if that's her max HP. Yeah, I do. I need to get 6. Normally I wouldn't matter about the value from the life force nuts, but that is very low HP for level 11. Alright, we're with 5. Leave! Okay, wasted some time by forgetting to do that earlier. Oh well. Just need to get a first shot at Arena, and we're good. Easy every time. By which I mean I'll probably die a lot. Especially with 73 HP, unless my strength games and agility games were very, very good. Which I wasn't keeping track of at all. I have no idea about any of this stuff about the FF13. Last one I played was 10, and I hated so many things about that game. I didn't play any of the ones after it. I played FF14 for 2 weeks, and then there was no content left in the game, so I quit. This is low damage, so my strength gains haven't been very good. And I can't outspeed him. I actually die here. Leave. Okay. I wasn't gonna use another medical, or if I died, I died. I shouldn't need one against Vivian from 49 HP. Yeah, that should be the last offensive spell that she has. She'll just heal more here, and she has 0 MP left. So unless she decides to melee me for a ton of damage, that is probably the worst place in the entire run, or in the entire arena run, to critically hit. Hey, welcome back, Moonies. Bad battle out of that second herb, but Samson hits hard. Just crit, please. You 15. You 13. Wow, this damage. Actually, put an herb again, so I can hopefully skip him using the herb. Getting hit hard and not doing much damage in return, so this doesn't look good. And he outsped me. That would have killed even if it wasn't a crit, but I appreciate the sentiment. Very small chance to kill Lingua here. Because I have no medical herbs left. I've got 46 HP. Go BDA and hope I get that pattern. Nope. There's one. I need 3 hits on him before I die. Wow, it's A again. Okay, I'm pretty dead. Unless he like builds up power and hops. He can build up power and then hop to a different spot. And if he does that, then I may be okay. But he's attacked every turn. Every turn. Wow. Well, I would have been hit number 2. I just got destroyed too hard by the earlier fights. Low HP, Rorik did a ton of damage to me. I did bad damage in return. Crit Samson way late. Like, both of the crits I landed were last hits anyway. But, oh well. I am about 1,300 experience away from level 12, so it would take a full metal slime to be able to get to 12. And even then, your odds improve in the arena, but they don't become anywhere close to guaranteed. Well, maybe more like 1,200, but yeah. Either way, it's a full metal slime. And I get outsped. It's bad luck, because that was a kill hit. And his chance to outspeed me very low. So every 1 point of max HP you have during this arena run can add up to about 8 to 10 once you factor in medical herbs. And being able to attack when you otherwise wouldn't be able to. Good dodge, that'll help. Should kill. Okay, as long as I don't get triple ice bolted by Vivian. And as long as I have a halfway decent Samson fight. Got a chance. Ice Bolt, Fireball, Heal More is a standard fight. That's what you want. Vivian has 11 MP. So Ice Bolt, Fireball, heal more, uses it up exactly. Alright, crit the Samson. He really went first on that turn. Okay. And then he went second on that turn. Okay. Well, I didn't kill either. That was, I believe, 2 HP short of the kill, and then it attacked first. Amazing. If I had killed there, I would have had a decent chance at Linglar, because I would have been at full HP with the medical herb. Probably. I wouldn't say the localization on DQ4 was awful, but it wasn't my style. Yeah. I could potentially be way ahead in this chapter if the grinding goes well and if I get the arena fairly quickly. I mean, this is attempt number 3, and I'm just now starting to lose time with a below average grind. That helps. Critting Rorik is the third best. Samson is the best, then Linglar, then Rorik. Especially first turn. So Ice Bolt, preferably Fireball. Okay. Now in this turn, I won't kill. Oops. Didn't mean to parry. Meant to herb. This gives me notice value out of my herb. That's why I didn't use it before the fight, just so I could get more value out of it, because Vivian didn't really do any damage. Alright, let's just crit Samson. Keeps getting the turn priority at random intervals. He's outspeeding me a lot this time. And he's doing good damage to my... That's it. Unless I crit now, I lose. Because he used an herb. Okay, there's a crit. So we got a chance. Like, I had enough that I maybe could have squeaked through that, but I would have been on no health for Linglar and no herbs. On average, you'll crit Samson about 1 in 4 runs through the arena. So there, that looked kind of strange. If it uses build-up power, I want to attack the same one, because it only gets the benefit of the build-up if it stays in the same spot. So either it gets the built-up power hit and does double damage to me, but I also do damage to it, or it doesn't, and I waste a turn. I probably would have wasted anyway. This is straight up, every round is 1 in 4, and it's based on the frame that the round starts. Well, not looking good. Hey, there's one. Oh, 2 hit. Good damage roll. And low max HP roll. So, it's success. Barely. That was Lingbar sensing the end of the stream, because it was at that point. If I lost there, that would have been it. Because, again, I should be ahead by a pretty substantial margin on this split, but this is okay enough that I can take it. I have to exit town. Ugh. I'm gonna actually have to carry over some money into 5 on Tulun. I'm gonna be safe and carry over a bunch of stuff. So as soon as that text box triggers, you can leave the castle. Fastest way to do that is to return. Okay, so now we have Tulun's chapter, which is, it's interesting in the speedrun standpoint. It's really all menus, which is a bit annoying. Menus and randomness, but Tulun will finish this chapter, and then we'll finish the game at level 1 with 0 XP earned. We're going to fight 0 encounters throughout this chapter. And Tulun is going to be killed off before he has the opportunity to earn experience in Chapter 5. And there's a pretty good chance that I die here on the way to the Chain Sickle, especially if I keep getting encounters and not running. But it doesn't matter because I don't lose any gold. So this chapter is all about money as opposed to killing a boss or something. This is the last floor in here with random encounters. Good ambush. It would be great if I got ambushed and killed by a metal slime because I failed to run away too many times. Oops. Tried to transition to the next page and forgot he's only got one page. Yeah, 3 versus 4, you can kind of go either way. Both of them are very good games. So I'm going to be using a lot of wings, which is why I bought a lot of wings. And that was the reason going to the chain cycle, is to give money without having to fight any encounters. I hope to be doing more Dragon Warrior 4 in the future. You could also follow NES Cardinality, who's working on it as well. He's got the records for 1 and 2. Zombie Train has done a couple of runs, and there are a couple other people who are talking about learning it. It's a fun game. Okay, I'm going to go back to Benalmo instead of going to get the dog immediately, because it's a little bit more efficient. I need it to be night at some point when I enter this town, and this is the best time to do it. Hey, Key Paladin. And the reasoning is that an event that I'm going to trigger in a minute will set it to early morning, so it would take more steps to make it night. This is not an especially good Chapter 2 split that I've got going, but it's okay. Hell of a time for a run fail. Okay, not a big deal. So I didn't lose very much gold there. Means I may not be able to afford the bonus bronze armor, but that's it. Yeah, also, I mean, I had a death in Birdsong Tower. My Chapter 1 wasn't very clean. I had a death to Chameleon Humanoid. Like, it just wasn't a very good 1 to 2, but it's good enough. Yeah, I run Dragon Warrior 3 NES. I've got the second fastest time in that. I need to improve that one of these days, because sub 4 is doable. Darkwing Duck has the fastest time of that, like a 4:02 or something. I don't really have a consistent streaming schedule. That's just kind of one of those things. I don't stream very often. I hope I actually used the wing when I'm supposed to use the wing. Okay, talking to him triggers the bridge to be repaired, so you can go to indoor. And now, this guy will buy armor for a variable value. So I'm looking for a specific value, 2731 or higher. I will have some leftover gold where I normally wouldn't, but that's a result of that death. So it's not a big deal. And save here, because if you die and lose all that money, it's just awful. Alright, later, Sloth. And pretty good chance to die here, actually. You tend to only get 3 encounters or so, 2 to 3 encounters. But any of them can kill you because you're just in basic clothes and radical pajamas. And Taloon is pretty worthless. In for time of day purposes. Armor shop. No, item shop. So if I hadn't died, I would have enough for a bronze armor there instead of a iron shield. It doesn't make much difference, it's slightly higher than expected value for the full plate. Remembering to equip. It's probably a good idea. That's not good. There are only 2 actually dangerous enemies now. They're the Duck's Bill because it casts sap to reduce my insane amount of defense. And Metal Slime is the single most dangerous enemy in this cave. And if I see one, I will run away real fast. or attempt to run away real fast. Wow, 3 is actually a really good damage roll from the Sandmaster. There it is again. So, the reason the metal slimes are dangerous is because they can cast Blaze, which can hit up to about 12 damage. Other than if I'm sapped by Duckspill, no other enemy can hit me for more than 3. And 12 being a whole lot of a percentage of 20. Really something I want to avoid. And I'm not going to kill a metal slime. I don't want any experience on Taloon because it only wastes time. So, all the time spent on the level ups would be really annoying, actually. Good ambush. So there are a few things you can pick up here to kind of speed things up in this chapter, but they cost you in Chapter 5. So I'm going to leave them behind. There's a Morning Star on the left, there's an Iron Spear on the right, there's a half-plate armor on the next floor and a broadsword. I'm going to leave all of that because it's worth the little bit of the time lost in this chapter to have that to start out 5 in case terrible things happen. There's a medical herb down there, a gold chest above me. Doesn't really matter. That could be death. Taloon is he'll be the next character in line if for some reason I wasn't able to use one of the characters that I actually would use. The task uses Taloon, but that's because you can manipulate his antics to do some ridiculous things. Taloon learns no spells in this version of the game. That was added in the remakes. So, he'll be dead pretty early in Chapter 5, and we'll learn exactly 0 experience by the end of the run. So the statuette that I got is going to give me 25,000 gold. I need another 10,000 to be able to buy the shop. So this guy is going to be the source of that. I don't need a super huge profit margin off iron shields. I'd rather get something reasonable for them. Fine, I'll just sell it for what I bought it for. Just want to get away from here. Fine, whatever. That vendor is special. He'll give you a value between about 75 to 200% of the purchase cost for any armor. So we use that to make the rest of the money. Which is why I spent all my additional money that I had, which was only about 650 gold, on armor. Lost counts. This either 6 or 7. So Iron Apron is the most expensive armor that I can buy to be able to sell to this guy. So I'm gonna do a few trips. I buy them for 1,500. I want to get at least 1,700 out of them. They can go up to around 3,000 if you get, a lucky roll on it, but it's pretty unusual to get one that high. Yeah, a lot of people will say this is their favorite chapter in the game, from playing it casually. I enjoyed it as well. I think I like Chapter 4 better. Of course, this typically discludes Chapter 5, because, Chapter 5 is, like, the game. Wow, this is a bad streak. It's a really bad streak. Well, Reciteer is not completely unlike it. And Saloon has his own spin-off series. But there's some more interesting things you can do with this chapter. This just happens to be the fastest way to do things. So it's a bit repetitive. Hey, there's a full value apron. A much better round. So I could hit the value that I need with 1 to 2 more aprons, but I want some seed money as well, because money that you have when you start the shop reduces the number of trips in the shop you make. So I'm going to do a full rotation here. You know I can get away with less. There are a few judgment calls you have to make along the way in this chapter. So this is the one that I'm going with, because it depends on what values you get and all that kind of stuff. Just let me start with a few decent items, as opposed to having to start with like 1 chain sickle. Should have bought a wing on the way in. That's what I intended to do, is stop by the item shop and buy a wing. Ideally, what I'll do is stop right at about 35k, but I didn't know what my value was coming in. So I'll probably sell half of these and check, make sure that I'm at 35k from that. I should be, because you can get better profit margin from them in the shop. Actually, should take less than 4. Should probably be 3 if I get decent prices from them. No. A 4 is about right. It may take 5. I don't know. We'll see. At these values, yeah, probably 5 actually. Not even close. I thought I got one good sell price in there. Wow. Even still, that's alright. $16.60. So I want to buy an abacus. It's only one item to start with. That still saves me a couple days of sleeping to be able to get to my first abacus money, which is the most expensive item that you can buy and sell without having to leave town. So every time you sleep, you have a chance to sell any or all of the items in her inventory. And it's a value around 50% more than what you paid for it. There's some variance there. So there I got 3,100 instead of the base 2,400. I can spend a bit more efficiently, but that's good enough. You don't want to sell the lunch ever, unless you are going to have exactly a multiple of 8 of the abacus. You can sell it or you can discard to get it out of your inventory, but if the inventory slot doesn't matter, it doesn't matter if you have it in the first place. And if you have the lunch in your inventory, you get less dialogue after you do one of these sleep rotations. I'm going to sleep twice to increase the odds that everything in the inventory will be sold. Still not guaranteed, but it makes it more reliable than doing one. Again, I can spend a bit more efficiently, but number of items is also an issue because for every item that you list has all the text and stuff that goes along with it. So it's a balancing act. It's a mistake, but I just went with it because better than backing out. So around 23,000 is the value that I need to end the chapter. I need to carry over some extra things to sell, just because of the way the first couple went, and to make sure that I have enough money when I need it. So here's a case where I have enough for 2 more, so I'm not going to drop the lunch, because it'll be an extra trip either way. And if I had the freedom to not carry anything over, then I could probably just go on this rotation. Like throw away the lunch, get the 8th abacus, and just rest until she sells it all, and that would probably give me enough. And again, with the judgment calls, whether or not it's worth taking the extra trip for the other couple of items to sell, may or may not be worth it. I'm going to go ahead and do it because my gold requirement's a bit high this run. Okay, so that puts me at... This should be the last rotation. Looks like I accidentally bought 6 instead of 7, but it doesn't matter too much. It depends a little bit on exactly what values that come from this. But I'll go overkill on it just to make sure that I have enough. I'll probably lose a little bit of time in this chapter. We'll see how it goes, though. Because this hasn't been the smoothest, and I had that death at the beginning. Well, the 2 deaths, I guess. One of them barely mattered at all. Yeah, that's more than enough. It's way more than enough. So I went overkill on it. Kind of as expected. Didn't intend to talk to that guy. Just wasn't paying attention. Hey, Joshy D. Gonna try something a little bit different. Yeah, NES Cardinal has been working on this also. He's doing pretty well. So for my stuff to carry over, I'm going to carry over the abacus instead of broadswords. I think that should give me enough money still, and it'll avoid a lot of text and the travel time. And there's also the potential, like, if you use the abacus as an item in battle, it casts Expel. I don't think there's any point that I will be using that, but it has that option. Like, if I got completely awful MP growth on the hero, maybe. Alright, scary part. If I die, which you can do to a duck's bill, especially if they ambush you, then I lose 30,000 gold and the run's over. Before I get to this point, at least. And I'm carrying over an extra abacus instead of having a wing here, which is going to cost me some time. But I'm being overly cautious for the Chapter 5 funds. I have to exit and re-enter to trigger the rest of this. So here I would wing if I have one in my inventory, but I don't. So I'll just walk and take the chance of a random encounter. The rest of the trigger, you enter next to the casino, because you're supposed to go talk to Talon's wife, and she tells him to go hang out in the casino until the time is done. But you can skip that trigger and go straight to the next one. And that's it for Chapter 3. I have no idea how I saved that much time with a pretty bad Chapter 3, but I guess the one in my bad run is worse. Alright, so Chapter 4. There's some cool stuff in Chapter 4. We'll see how it goes, because the opening of it can be pretty dangerous. And there's some fairly specific item inventory management in this chapter. Not really a good enemy to fight, but it's in my way. And if I fail to run, then it's better to fight it. Okay. This is where the specific setup starts. Real early. Minimum roll on that, but it doesn't matter. Well, they're sisters, not twins, and the waifu is a dumb concept, so no. That's what I'm gonna go with. Yeah, 8.5 hours for a bad run. My PB is awful. Okay, so this cave, up until I get to a specific point, is very difficult. You have to run from almost all of the enemies. Okay, it's only one. Not the best, but it's okay. She just lost a heal from that. It's only one lava doll I can fight it too. I need to run. Ugh, 20 attacks to sit through. Okay, a lot of encounters, but that went fairly well. Okay, now we have Orin. Orin is a monster. Now we'll use Orin to get some quick experience for a couple levels. I need Mara to be level 3, and that's all I really need to finish the chapter. Depending on the encounters, I may fight more than that, especially since she gained no HP at level 1, or level 2. So there's a bit of variance here. Okay, those are to be sold in Chapter 5. Okay, there's Sap. That's the spell that I need. HP gain's still pretty bad. But enough. In terms of classes, he's probably something like a soldier. Five Trogs is just a terrible battle. It's not worth a lot of experience. It's a really good Death War battle. Okay, so Nara will finish the chapter at level 2, which is fine. Yeah, he's an alchemist apprentice. You can maybe say he's a thief in terms of lore or something. Because he does know how to break locks open, but... I was hoping she would hit 4. Okay. Again, we have a targeting situation where only Orin is a valid target. And now only Mara is a valid target. Looking for HP gain here, that's really all that matters. 1. Good use. Now I want the whole bunch of Trogs fight, because that's the easiest to take a Death Warp off of. That probably works too. Probably. The reason I want Mary to be targeted is so I can death warp. I haven't looked at the status screens and paid attention to them in ages. It's a lick. Unfortunately, Mare dying there removes my favorite strategy from this chapter. If I get to this town and all three are still alive, I run back and forth on that swamp so that Mara dies. Because again, that makes Auron the valid target, and he's got a healer with very little MP because she got no MP growth off for one level, but it might be enough, possibly. I've got probably 2 medic herbs I can spare also. The rest I want for the boss fight. Lots of chances to die in this cave though. Mystic Acorns are to sell in Chapter 5. Silver Tarot cards to sell in Chapter 5. It's kind of like a theme. Don't fail to run for 5 with that many enemies. Rogue Whispers are almost completely harmless. They very rarely attack, but it's waste time. Mad Clowns can Fireball, which will almost kill Nera in one hit. Not quite. But a good roll is very close to a one-shot. I want to heal Auron there, so that if I get a good death warp here... Oh, messed that up. Her inventory is full. It's unfortunate. So I didn't have to heal any poison. No. Both of these items are supposed to automatically go there. I forgot to change the order before I did that. I shouldn't need that many herbs, but transfer it just in case. Oops. Tried to play around with him too much. You can get right beside him, he has no peripheral vision. Oops. That is the wrong game's menu. Okay, this is mostly about the first turn. If the first turn goes well, then I've got a good shot. That is not the first turn going well. So, the way you want the fight to go, Sphere of Silence needs to go off to prevent the spell casting. And Sap needs to go off, and then Nera needs to die. And once that happens, the fight is pretty safe. Barring a completely awful pattern. Okay, that's an okay first turn. Okay, now to facilitate that, Nera heals Mera, Mera parries, and Mera continues to parry until Nera dies. Would have liked to get that medical orb off before she died, but So now again we're in a setup where he can't cast any spells because of the Sphere of Silence, and he can only physically attack Orin. Pretty easy from that point. The only way that Mara can get damaged is with the Fire Breath. It'll take several hits to kill her. And she's got a bunch of medical herbs. Okay, so Mara alive instead of Nara is primarily because her levels are more useful in Chapter 5, because it'll let her get Fireball. And Nara won't have a weapon, so she's worthless for damage output. So a second try Balzac isn't bad. The only potential concern is whether or not I have enough experience to learn Sleep by the time I get to the top of the lighthouse. I think I should be fine there. It's rather unfortunate that Nair's only going to have 9 MP, but not a whole lot can be done about that. That means that my healing in this first cave is going to be rather limited. I do have a couple of medical herbs left over. That should be okay. I'll say this first cave. I'm jumping ahead a little bit because the early part of Chapter 5 is just get to the thing. Nice. Good raid message. Greet everyone you pass, by which I mean go talk to exactly one person. So, like I said, early part of Chapter 5, you just hit some triggers. We finally get our hero that we named, which is left parentheses, because just picking a random thing. So howdy to all you raider types. Guessing it's probably abs. So anyway, this is Dragon Warrior 4. It hasn't been an especially good run up to now, but good enough, I suppose, to continue. And Chapter 5, which we're just starting, is the vast majority of the game. It's about 60% of the total game, as in Chapter 5. The first 4 are basically introducing the characters. You play a little bit of their backstory, so it's a really cool way to tell the story, because you actually play through it. Get extra steps. And then what you had on those characters carries over into this chapter when you pick them up. So we'll get a few of them pretty quickly, and then the others will be a while. Feather hat. Despite what people may tell you, no, you cannot equip that on a female hero. At least not in this version of the game. I love this game. It has the Everhate seal of approval. This is one of the best games on the NES. No encounters? Oh, I didn't encounter on that tile a lot. Please don't get poisoned. That would be disastrous. Yeah, well, they deserve to die. Celia is a dirty cheater that already knows Transform, and I won't get that until approximately level 30. I hope to God I get it at level 30, because that would help so much. Okay, and use the inn here, which seems like a strange thing to do, but there's a lot of balancing time of day and stuff in this chapter. So we immediately get the level 2 Nera that we just left. And I'm going to throw some of her junk in the vault because it takes up valuable inventory space. This is the only time that I would use the vault. A lot of these shopping sequences are very specifically planned out, so I need to make sure that I don't buy the wrong thing and cause some issues. So I just put that on the wrong person. But that's okay. Need to transfer this anyway. I leave him with a full inventory. Will likely default an item where I need it to be. A whole 13 gold to spare. Actually, that's not going to default because the party order change. Oh well. Decent enough thought. Right. First order of business is get to this cave and pick up some stuff that I left behind. I don't want to fight two blaze ghosts if they're in different groups. Good use. Okay, I changed my mind. Mara's being an idiot today. Neither one of those have been good encounters to fight. Still a little bit better. Still not great. Because it doesn't give a huge amount of XP. It's enough to at least give me a couple levels for Era and the hero once I fight something in here. Maybe gain 2 levels on the next fight. Nope, just 1 level. Yeah, significantly, I left behind a gold chest that's going to be valuable, a morning star that Nera will use for a very short period of time, broadsword and half-plate armor for the hero. I also left behind the iron spear. That's mostly to sell. Oh, yeah, it's mostly to sell, because I can equip it for a very short period of time and then sell it, but... Here is Morningstar, so Nera will actually be able to do damage. No, I needed a 1 character name and I was just picking random characters because it took me entirely too many attempts to get out of Chapter 1. So I named the hero exclamation point for a while and question mark for a while and just random other letters. Stat gains are just more or less random. My PB is quite bad, but the current record is also not very good. If I finish this run without... should have attacked the Sandmaster. Without serious catastrophe, then this will be the world record, but see how that goes. Time to go through a bunch of medical herbs. which is fine because it frees up inventory slots. I expect to use 4 by the time I leave the cave. One step. Thought about finding this, but it'd take me 3 rounds. The run that's on SDA is a segmented run, which is quite different because it's segmented. But SDA also isn't the world record site, so generally, if you look at the site, it's more about finding high quality videos of runs than it is about finding a world record. And that's largely because the turnover for records in a lot of cases is just gigantic. Oh, rerun, hooray. But they've never claimed to be or tried to be a world record site. The fastest time on the Japanese version is right around 5 hours for an RTA. But for this version, which has a lot of differences to make it slower, the best time is just about 8 hours flat, a little bit over 8 hours. Zombie train. Mara. Well, segmented means you can go from basically go from one save to the next, and you play that save or that segment over and over and over until you get as good a run as you can possibly get. So you can do a lot of completely different things because the timer effectively only counts your best of each section. I don't think I have any more herbs, do I? Yeah. Threw a lot of them. I almost have everything that I need out of here. Should have waited until that happened to ask for that, but oh well. I read and understand 0 Japanese. I could stumble my way through it relatively fast, just because I know the game well enough. I really want to get to this half-plate armor, but it doesn't look like I'm going to get there. Which is okay. I can just sell some more things instead. So I'm looking for a Death Warp, which is really easy when I have no HP left. So if I weren't able to get to that armor, then I would just buy it here. But being able to get to it means I have some more gold to work with. Ah. I would like to be level 5 before I get to this cave, but it doesn't make too big a difference. It'll depend on what I get. Like this is, as long as the fireballs don't resist too much. Wow, it didn't roll high enough to kill any of them. Interesting. One of these days I may learn the glitch route for DQ4 Famicom, just because it's got some interesting things going on. There are several glitches that were removed for the North American version. I think will make for a cool run if I can figure it all out. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find video of the glitch runs. Because, I mean, it's primarily done as a backup when the first part of the game has gone very poorly, so the times aren't exceptionally good, and it's, you know, it's streamed to Nico, so finding videos is a bit rough. If I managed my inventory well enough, I could probably, when I say stumble through, I could probably get through the Japanese version at about the same speed as I could the English version. Now, it should be much faster, on the order of about 2 hours faster. Good use. So, Nera learns Sleep, which is kind of the one thing I need for her. It's really the last spell that I need her to get for the remainder of the run. One of them runs away and I can fight the other one. Yay, Fireball. It's a bad resist. There's a fan translation of Mystic Arc. Really fun game. Some good dialogue. Commander Six-Pack. The best NPC. Could you stop failing to run from Double Mad Clown? And for that matter, could you stop encountering Double Mad Clown? I just have to go. I can't spare additional on it. That's the worst run to this cave I've had in a long time. It means I'm going to be much shorter on healing than I would like to be, but that still should be fine as long as I don't get hit by first turn surround. Turn 1 surround is brutal. And that's this encounter that I'm talking about that's coming up. If I get hit by surround on turn 1, it turns to be quite a pain. because this will take between 4 and 6 rounds to do if I don't get surrounded, depending on how my damage rolls are and how much HP they roll with. There's the surround. It wasn't first turn, so it's better, but... Come on. Let's not miss 100% of the attacks. This is the crappy thing about the early surround, is that I like to miss every single attack while I'm surrounded. Was that 6, 7 in a row? Went through my entire HP bar trying to land one hit. And Blaze takes about 4 casts to kill, so I can't reasonably use that. I just have to eventually hit the thing, and it's not looking good. Early surround completely destroys me again. This is obscene. Hey, 1 hit out of the last 15, 18 attacks, I don't know. I've been keeping track. And I rolled low, of course. Come on, I need to finish it before I have to do this. Because now I'm at the mercy of damage rolls in the next fight. Unbelievable. Can't afford Expel. The other one is confused. Both of them attack me. Of course. I have to medical herb here because the urchin acts before me. Vampire bats can't really hurt me, so I'll get out alive. Just really messy. Actually gonna have to use the inn. I guess I am. Let's see, can I catch up on day night? Soretta? Yeah, Soretta. So there are multiple places in this chapter where you need it to be either day or night when you hit a particular area. So I have to make sure I compensate for that if I need to do something like take an extra in trip. And coming up fairly soon is the lighthouse. Now, Mara is allowed to die in the lighthouse without it causing too many repercussions. I would prefer that she live, because otherwise I either have to death warp out of a location or I have to go pick up Bray, neither one of which is fast. So I'll step back in here and use the N. And fairy water's a bit hit and miss. Sometimes I can repel off all of the fights, sometimes I get quite a few of them. Yeah, just depending on what encounter decides to roll. Generally I'll get encounters through the desert here, and then once I'm on the south side of the desert I won't get any more until I hit the town, but there are a few that can still hit me even under the effects of fairy water. So move Hector to the front of the line because he's the tankiest member that I've got, and the closer to the front you are, the more likely you are to be hit by physical attacks. Yep, good hit. Exactly her max HP dealt in this fight. Oh man. It's too good. You don't really get 2 encounters in the desert. That was almost bad, because I just about mashed through that menu. Why are you trying to fireball the metal slimes? Come on, Mara. Ah. If he had hit with that turn where Hector built up power and attacked the metal slime, that probably would have killed it. Because it would have hit for 2, which would have put it at 3 damage taken. This fairy water I could hold off on, because for world travel I don't necessarily need that yet. But that's the way I have it planned out in my notes, is to buy this stuff to stock up on it. Because after I do this next dungeon, I'm going to be using a lot of fairy water. And the boss of this one is quite random. It can kill me pretty much anytime it wants to. Including potentially turn 1, if I get the worst pattern on it. Metal slimes are relatively common encounters here. Good ambush. But killing them versus not killing them, it's very much luck reliant whether or not you're able to get a kill. I just need to run, because the call for help screwed up the math on the counter. Really? Okay. Well, it's nice to get. That helps a lot, actually. To the extent that I will actually, if Mare learns outside like she should, I'm going to go use the N to get the extra MP because this tower is very tough. And a lot of things can go wrong. So I don't want to die and have to either lose a bunch of money or have to reset and lose the experience. And I took quite a bit of damage there as well. So Mara should get to level 10 and learn outside, which will make this a pretty quick rotation. That replaces the fairy water I used on the way there. Now we meet back up with Taloon, but he's worthless. You have to respond yes, and then you have to respond no, or he'll talk all of this dialogue again. Again, the ambush. Yeah, as expected. Not entirely certain how he did that, given how little gold he had left when I dropped him in the previous chapter. Although the dog has mysteriously disappeared. So that may have something to do with it. Rogue whispers to the enemy I want to encounter, but I prefer not hit them alongside something like Pteranodons. For ambushes. Just a reminder, ambush is 1 in 32. It's been about once every 10 battles through this entire run. This is also an abnormally high encounter rate. You normally get into several encounters here, but not quite this many. Alright, now we pray for expel luck. So the setup I have for this fight, I'm going to go in with offensive tactics that's going to encourage Nera to use sleep. Nera is loaded up with healing herbs. medical herbs, which we'll use to heal even on offensive tactics. And I'm going to be trying to expel the flamers, which is not an exceptionally good success rate, but it's the best way to deal with them. Double Fireball is the worst possible first turn. Double Fireball, Shrieking Roar. Come on. She's dead. Can't get much worse than that. At least Expel worked. My god, the fireballs. It's unbelievable. I need Expel to work now in order to have a chance to win the fight. I get maybe 2 attempts at it. This Bengal is not terribly difficult from this point. You know, the Bengal by itself is no problem. It's the flamers that murder everything. That was incredibly messy, but it worked. I'm going to have to transfer the key item off of there to be able to use it. That's not too bad. For as bad as that fight started, even getting through it alive is something. Also, doesn't matter, I'll just want these out of my inventory because the last time I'll use medical herbs. So I want to revive Panin at some point. I may decide to also revive Nera, because I don't want to transfer all this stuff off her to be able to use it. But it doesn't matter too much, I'm going to kill her off. Pretty soon, anyway. So I may just leave her dead. And this section of the game, I'm mostly collecting return points and small medals. This is pretty open, you can do a lot of this in any order. Go to buy Pannon now, I guess. Because I'll need him. Or Hector, rather. Pannon, I don't even have... not even close to Pannon yet. Okay, so one of the day-night cycles that's important is coming right here. The reason I use the Inn Soretta instead of immediately after leaving that dungeon. I need it to be day when I enter this village. Otherwise, this medal won't be here. And I also need it to be day whenever I get to the next castle. Which it should turn day right as I'm walking up to it. Maybe not. That was good enough to be day. This is Stancia's down that triggers Pannon to be able to join your party. Pannon is important because he's got a lot of HP for this point in the game, and he comes equipped with the Sword of Lethargy, which is pretty much the strongest weapon in the game. And I'll make a lot of use of it. And you can either talk to the king or you can talk to that guy. If you go to talk to the king, you have to wait in line, so that's a lot faster. He's also closer. A lot of dangerous enemies in this cave. You generally don't get enough encounters that it's too big a concern, because there are a lot of no encounter tiles. And this sequence is what gives us back the characters from Chapter 2. Alright, and now that I have everybody except for Taloon, and then one other NPC I'm going to get later on who has a role in a couple of fights, it's time to kill some people off. Because otherwise they get experienced anywhere I get the wagon, and there's a bunch of wasted level ups, and it costs a bunch of time. So again, a lot of dangerous encounters in here, including the flamers that were just fought in the lighthouse as a boss. Rip Taloon. And messengers can cast beats, which instantly kills a character, which is fun. Every encounters. Let's see, Mara's already dead, Talon is dead. So, I want either Mara or Bray to die, and the other one to live. If both of them live, it's not too big a deal. I can always kill them later, but it is more level up time. Oh, no concern about her living. The reason I need one of the two of them to live is because my hero doesn't know how to cast outside yet. And my option then would be to either walk out of this cave or Death Warp. This is probably the single worst encounter in here. I don't want anyone else to die, but it has to happen. Then it has to happen. Orgasm. Outside. Oh. I probably should have killed Bray instead of Mara just because menu time, but it's not used that many times. It doesn't matter too much. Okay, so again, I need it to be night whenever I get to Indoor, which I'm going to right after getting this. That wing is for much later as a backup plan. There, he got all 9 medals. Okay, and all that was basically to set up. We just got a Sword of Miracles for Crystal, got a couple of Staffs of Punishment. Those are useful both for damage and for selling. And then head to Roseville, where they have most of the best equipment for most of the game. And the ye old shopping sequence. Hey, thank round of applause. So I need 20,400 gold. Ah. Okay, so I should have equipped before that. Alright, this boss can be pretty random. It's mostly about getting it to go to sleep and stay asleep. I have 2 Swords of Lethargy, third in my inventory, but I'll go to Ragnar after this fight. Panon is equipped with 1, the hero is equipped with 1. And the other 2 are capable of doing decent damage. But I'm much lower level than you're intended to be for this fight. So it can go bad in a hurry. Boss also has a lot of HP, because, well, I'm low level, so that's the way I tend to work. I'm getting greedy with my stabs of punishment here, but they do more damage than my physicals most of the time. They have to roll very low, or with physical they have to roll very high. Ugh, strange dance. He didn't even attack to try to put him to sleep. That was a really good Keylon fight. Pretty much stayed asleep the entire fight. He woke up once in the middle and then once in the end. Got a crit in there. Got decent rolls on the stabs of punishment for the most part. Actually, I'm going to try to sneak in a break while these levels are going. I may lose a little bit of time here. Oh well. For the ridiculous level up spam. So all you have to do is hold down B and the level up will advance. So just wait it down and try to run before the levels are done. Moderate split. I want to get rid of this so I won't be tempted to use it. And then I'm going to play it risky for this boss fight and give Ragnar the Sword of Miracles. It increases damage output a lot compared to Sword of Lethargy, but I lose 1 chance to put him to sleep. Or 1 chance to turn him. That means Ragnar will always attack instead of spinning it in the air, so it's a much shorter fight. So the top end is better, but it's a little bit riskier. This is another boss that is heavily reliant on sleep lock. It's the only reasonable way to do it at this point in the game. Alright, so this is Balzac, who was the boss of Chapter 4. Much stronger now. And he can kill me in the good turn if he decides to roll really well on me with a couple of snowstorms. So Ragnar does about double damage with this sword as opposed to the other sword. So it does shorten the fight pretty substantially. But like I said, you lose the chance at the end of the round to put him to sleep if he wakes up, because Ragnar almost always attacks last, even this time. I can probably endure one round of him being awake. Snowstorm is the worst attack he can do. He's asleep here. Okay, it's going to be very hard to live if he snowstorms. Okay, Panon dying is the best person to die. Didn't put him to sleep. Oh, that's it. And again, Balzac has a bunch of HP. That crit will help a lot. I'm not going to get greedy with the Staff of Punishment this time. I'll just keep attacking in case he wakes up before the hero's turn happens. By the time I kill this boss, the Staff of Punishment will be about the same as a normal attack on average, but right now the Punishment active's a little bit stronger. It's a bad turn order. Strange jig. Good job, Panon. Just dance some more. Just give me another freezing wind. No snowstorm, please. Bleh. Okay, back asleep. And nobody's in the range that they'll parry, so I'll just keep attacking. Good Balzac fight there. First one was rough. You expect to die to Balzac. It just happens. And yay, more levels. Get a lot of levels from bosses in this run. So now Ragnar will get the Sword of Lethargy, and he'll keep that equipped for the rest of the game. The hero will, for the most part, keep the Sword of Lethargy equipped for the rest of the game also. Christo has his in-game weapon, so I'm with a few exceptions, I'm pretty set as far as equipment. There are a couple of things that I buy coming up, and then a couple of things that I pick up, but most of the equipment stuff is already done.
Remember to heal after the boss so you don't die to random encounters. And the magma staff that I just picked up is the key to get through this. But then you keep it, and it's an item that casts a crappy spell when it's used in combat. So, let's get rid of that. Saloon can be the holder of bad things. So the Fire Claw will be used ideally for exactly one fight. But it's mostly gotten to sell. Now, I could reorder my party before I come in here so somebody different would get thrown in jail, but that would involve also moving more items around. So it ends up not being worth it, in my opinion at least. I think the moving of the items takes longer than changing the hostage. Get in there, Taloon. Taloon's helping. Okay, the next area is not so much about the boss, because the boss tends to be easy. He can do a couple of things that are dangerous, but for the most part it's about the cave leading up to it. It's a cave full of dangerous encounters, but a low encounter rate. It's important that the hero lives. Because he knows outside. Otherwise I have to walk all the way back out through the rather lengthy cave. The average is about 2 encounters per floor in here, and they're very long floors, so it's a low encounter zone, which is nice. Although sometimes I say that and I get 3 fights in 3 steps. Hey, DSF? I don't know. Nothing makes sense. Taking 2 extra steps is always a good idea in an encounter zone. The only thing in here that's kind of worth getting is a dragon shield, but it's too large a detour to be worth it. And Ragnar will get the hero's old iron shield soon anyway. Again, 2 extra steps. Always a good idea. They're still gonna die. I think he is. Good use. So that's how fast those encounters can kill you. If it had been like Ragnar or Alina that died, I probably would have just gone ahead to fight the boss. Kristo's critical. Because the boss needs to be stop spelled. He's got no resist to stop spell, but he uses dangerous magic. So that was an unfortunate time loss, but wasn't many encounters. Pretty much every enemy is just as lethal as those things are. It's a matter of what encounter formations do you get and can you run away. Single enemy I can fight. Nice crit. It would have been a 1 round either way, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Yeah, Fire Bane is pretty good. Pretty good spell. Okay, so should make Crystal cast Stop Spell turn 1. Snowstorm, no big surprise. That's pretty standard. Hopefully, again, he goes asleep. It's not necessary to keep this boss asleep. He resisted. This boss does not resist Stop Spell. Wow. Please Stop Spell. Oh my god. Well, he either stays asleep or I'm in trouble because Crystal refused to do the thing. He dies pretty fast, but I need him to not be awake for a turn. Okay. He can Snowstorm, he can also cast Increase, which just makes this fight nearly impossible with this group. What's supposed to happen is Stop Spell lands. I don't think I've ever seen it resist. And then Crystal uses Increase. Maybe this round, maybe one more. Maybe more than one more. Yeah, I mean, I've got a good chance to keep bosses asleep, but that was way more dangerous than it needed to be because Crystal was an idiot. Oh, I know I'm short on gold. She has a staff now. Still have a staff. No. So stiletto earrings only add 5 to your attack stat, but that lets you attack twice per round. And each one of those has an independent chance per crit to crit. That's right. I meant to do the equipping after getting the shield. And Alina's chance to crit is level over 256. So it won't be too long until she has a 10% chance to crit twice per round. Use this key to get Saloon out of jail. I don't know about all that. Okay, I'm going to throw in a safety save here in case things go catastrophically wrong. There's only a small chance that I'll have to use it. Because now we are in the grinding time. And my grinding split was pretty good in my PB. The only split that was actually good. Already had a couple of issues with Balzac and with Backor. Well, the cave on the way to him. So there. The Staff of Anti-Magic here. That's useful for a short period of time. Okay, so Alina has chances to crit every round. Christo, always crit. Why are you using the Staff of Anti-Magic on that? Alright, well, I'm gonna strip that away from you. Every once in a while, she's an idiot. Both Ragnar and the hero have a chance to put Metal Babbles to sleep. God knows why she decides it's anti-magic time, but apparently it is. One more damage, please. Thank you. Wow, staking around, so start piling on some damage. Put it to sleep. Nope, don't sleep. Run away. Yeah. It was pretty poor rolls as far as missing a million times, but it's to be expected with Babbles. And more levels, hooray! So this is where what should be all the grinding for the remainder of the game will be. There's a spell later on the hero that you learn at a minimum level of 30 that if I learn it at level 30, this will be all of the grinding. It'll just be a few things I fight along the way. If I don't learn it at level 30, I'm going to have to come back and kill a few more until I learn it. That's Transform, because it is crucial for the way that I fight Necrosaro. Beat is actually a good spell. When Christo learns Beat, it increases his effectiveness in random encounters quite a bit. When he learns Defeat, he becomes a monster in random encounters. Because a surprisingly huge number of enemies in this game are vulnerable to instant death. This floor has the highest encounter rate for Metal Babbles in the game. Wow. Got 1 damage on all those Babbles and they all ran away. So, in virtually every encounter with Metal Babbles, I'm going to have the hero trying to attack a Babble for the chance to put it to sleep. This battle can deal a lot of damage to me because both of those guys can Firebane. And she was really slow about it. They're one of the reasons I have the staff anti-magic on Alina is she's fast. It gives her a chance to get that off before they cast their Firebanes. I was in good shape, and then it woke up. Sleep. Need to do 1 or 2 damage here. It's riskier to have the hero go after one of the Babbles because he could have ensured that I killed those other 2 in 1 round, or helped to ensure it. But it does have the upside of getting the sleeps. And if you sleep a Babble, you should be able to kill it the vast majority of the time. Casual 22 HP gain. Spell useful for either 0 or 1 encounters in the game, depending on how you prefer to fight it. Upper. Oh, that's annoying. That's giving me a million chances to try to kill this thing. It's not succeeding in doing so. Sleep. such a rarity to have them stick around this long. Metal Babbles in this game seem to be less likely to run away than in other games. It's a max HP one too. But it's still unusual for it to last that long. Good overkill crit. Take it. Ray learned the spell with a chance to resurrect. So I did test getting the Metal Babble sword. It ends up not being worth it. It does provide you a little bit more reliability on killing Metal Babbles, but not enough to justify how far out of the way it is. Particularly considering you have to put it on either the hero or Ragnar because Crystal acts too soon in the round. Like not faster than the Metal Babbles, but before most of the other enemies are dead. The Mask of Corruption that you can get in the cave is very good for the final cave, but if you're not getting the Metal Babble sword, there's no reason to go there. I primarily fight these early on because they're dangerous to run from. You can end up eating... They've only got enough MP for one Firebane, but they also know Rob Magic. So over the course of a couple of turns, you can eat 4 or 5 Firebanes. And Alina has a good chance to act before they do to be able to stop spell them, which they have some resist to, but not a whole lot. For the most part, Christo is smart enough to not use beat against Metal Babbles. He will sometimes, but he also sees that he's got a Sword of Miracles equipped, so his potential damage output is really high. Generally, I'll use no MP for the first couple, and then I'll swap over, unless they're mixed with other enemies where I want to use offensive for things like beat. Yeah, like I said, my PP is garbage. This run hasn't even been great, it's been decent. I've lost a lot of free time to just random stupid stuff. Like, would it take me 3 or 4 tries to get through the arena? Yeah, Metal Babbles, by a large margin, are the best way to grind, at least at this point in the game. You can encounter Metal King slimes later on, but they're much more rare. And they don't come in large numbers. That spot I just went to fully restores HP and MP. I'm gonna go back for a couple of kills. I could probably go ahead and go get the Staff of Transform, actually, and then loop back to the grinding, but I'm likely to have to refill a couple of times anyway. My PB also has like 2 or 3 deaths to Necrosorrow, which, while that can happen again, the strat that I have now for it is more reliable. It's still not guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination, but my chances to lose Necrosorrow are much lower now than they were then. Unfortunately, gold is meaningless, so mostly fighting these encounters is because it's faster on average than running from them because of the chance to fail. Defeat. I should act before the Dragonet by this level, I think. Nope. Dragonets have 0 resist to Expel. It'll work on them 100% of the time, which is nice. Expel and Defeat are both very effective against a wide variety of enemies in this game, and Expel is probably the spell that gets almost no use in casual play that's amazing in a speedrun in this series in general, not just in this game. Hey, Gangrel, thank you. And will do. Well, I had a chance. I had 2 opportunities to crit at almost 10% apiece. Ouch. So basically, I'll go about till I need to refill again, go hit that healing spot, go get the staff, and then loop around if I need more battle babbles at that point. Kind of the tentative goal is around hero level 27. 28 is a bit safer. 27 you can get by with. That gives you enough experience to learn to hit level 30 by the time you need Transform. Now, whether or not you learn Transform is an entirely different issue. I have a 0% success rate in runs learning Transform at level 30, but that's the level where you're intended to have a chance to learn it. I almost always learned it at 31, about a quarter of the time. At 20-25% of the time, I don't learn it till level 32. It's just miserable. Interesting, she prioritized the Dragonet. I think she prioritized the sword, but this encounter formation is unusual. Now there's a bit of a trade-off. If you go to 28, you'll learn Heal Us earlier, and that gives you against many of the later enemies that do area effect damage. Not so much for the battles, but because you can heal up more quickly in between them, it does pay back some of the time. and it gives you a chance to hit 31 by the time you get to Necrosauro's castle. So there's that trade-off there. 27 is theoretically faster. 28 is practically better most of the time. Getting the last chunks of XP out these tiny XP battles. Yeah, it's really turned around. A regression to the mean, I guess. Had some decent luck with the metal battles early, but the last few, not only have I not encountered nearly as many, but I've been running before I can do anything. Gas. Hero is too slow. Man. Come on, middle babbles. I would be quite sad if I caught up to him, because that means his run isn't going terribly. I thought he had a pretty significant lead on me in terms of when he started, because I was doing resets for a couple of hours before I got a run going. No sleeps, can't run away. Yeah, is it? Like I said, if I caught up to him somehow, I would be sad for his run if that were the case. Need this grind to pick up. I'll probably go for a heal here because both my HP and MP are kind of low. And then I'll run through and get the Staff of Transform and come back. Darkwing Duck hasn't done a run of Dragon Warrior 4 that I'm aware of. He's still got the record for Dragon Warrior 3. But that's, one of these days I'll get that sub for Dragon Warrior 3. That's kind of both of our goals, I think, is to get below 4 hours. He's got like a 4:02, and I've got some terrible time, 4:17 or something. Okay, no crits. Let's get a sleep then. Sleep! Good crit. Zombie Train's time is the fastest. I don't remember exactly what that was, but it's a low 8 hours. Oh, for a lot. Egg rock. Should get 2 here, because I should kill this before it wakes up. No one else I'm aware of. I know you'd started learning it for a while. There was a French player who had started learning it for a while, whose name escapes me at the moment. And then Darkwing has talked about learning it. High Spears will learn it at some point. There are another 2 or 3 people who have asked me for like notes, and my notes are not exactly usable. I mean, if somebody wants them, I'll give them to them, but they're incomplete, and a lot of the information is in my head, and I haven't, fixed the things I've changed with routing differences. One of these days, I'll finish it. Oh yeah, I certainly get that. 6-month baby makes a lot of things incompatible. It is I would say it's a fairly easy game to learn despite its length, because it's got a very natural breaking point in like each one of the chapters, and then you can break up chapter 5 quite a bit if you want to. So like, you can do chapters 1 through 4 in about 3 hours, and chapter 5 is about 4 hours. And then you can further break each one of those up. So Alina has now exceeded 10% chance to crit. I just don't want to fight that. These things do a reasonable amount of damage. Their fireball attack takes up a lot of time, but they're not really worth anything. And unless defeat lands, they take a while to kill. Man, this guy's gonna kill the dream. While I'm attacking that, she's gonna prioritize it. Beat. As I said, most of these enemies have low resist to both beat and defeat, but it does happen. I'm pretty sure I got the small medal on the previous floor. I may check it as I go back through because it doesn't cost me any time to check it. Wait, no, I did. Yeah. Yeah. At some point I'll put, like, I don't know about a full route, but at some point I'll put some of the stuff that's, like, floating around in my head that people don't know about, because I'm not sure I always think to mention it. You also need to, think of these things, figure out what they are. Should get a defeat on those two. Okay. Like I said, the grind in my PB is actually the one spot that went well. I don't think I had... see, I noticed the Balzac, I didn't have any problems with the backdoor cave. My grind went well. So I'm expected to lose time here. Sleep. This started out really well and then has gone a bit downhill. Hopefully the feet lands on those so more attacks get directed to Babbles. Haven't put one to sleep in a while. And Lena's only crit one that had 1 HP left. I was hoping I would just first try run from this one, because it takes too long to bother with killing. Not super dangerous. Oh. Well, I'm not sure if you've been keeping track, but Alina's stat growth is really starting to take off. She can crush things even with her 5 damage weapon with her 2 attacks. If she had been able to kill that Dragonet, then Krista would have used beat on the other, and would have given me an extra chance to sleep this thing. Come on. There we go. Finally Alina crits one in the spot that matters. Probably 2 more, maybe 3. I think this will put the hero at 26, which means 2 more. Or is not a 2 more, as it were. Hello, hooray! Alright, 2 chances. Sleep! Alright. 4 chances. Crits. 3 damage. As good an opportunity as you need. That should have been a kill. Good ambush. Well, if I don't learn Transform at 30, I can generally get 31 pretty quickly, because by that point I have the Mirror Shield. And, when Metal Babbles cast Fireball, so the Mirror Shield doesn't actually do bounce, it just returns damage when you take spell damage. So if Ragnar gets hit with a high damage roll on a Fireball, it can one-shot a Metal Babble with the reflected damage. Actually, I should restore so I don't have to use the end. Why am I fighting this? Oh well. Maybe it's 1 round. Defeat lands. It's when they're split up into separate groups that they're annoying to fight. Yeah, that sounds about right. It's somewhere in that ballpark, because I know a good roll on a Fireball will reflect 4 or 5 damage, which Metal Babbles have 4 or 5 HP. Convenient. Drove hit B, because she'll hit A. Yeah, I'm close. I just need the Metal Babbles to cooperate. And I can skip the end before Riverton because of that refill. By far, the best Metal Babbles come from Dragon Warrior 2. They had 35 HP and cast Firebane. In that game, Firebane was strong. So I could expel here, but Christo is likely to defeat either way, which has not as good a chance, but instead it goes 0 for 2. The strat that I used gave me the highest chance to get sleeps onto Metal Babbles. Yeah, 35 HP. They're pretty good. If you see a Metal Babble in Dragon Warrior 2, you run away. You can hit them for multiple points of damage once you have enough levels that the experience that you get from them is not valuable anymore. Because they don't give a huge amount of XP either. At least Middenhall can hit for 0 for 2. Wow. Middenhall can hit for multiple points of damage once he starts to level and stop sleep. Damn it. It's got 1 HP. I'm lucky it stuck around. There's the overkill crit again. Yeah, this probably won't quite give me 27, which means I probably still need one more. There it is, actually. Okay. I'm healthy enough. $68's a bit low. Good enough. Yeah, well, it was super overkill. It had 1 HP left and she crit it for obscene amounts of damage. Alright, the enemy I want to see here is Leonard, because they're vulnerable to defeat. There are a few others who are as well. Should have hit B again. Oh wow, she hit B. Okay. I fight these because they're too dangerous to run away from. I use Staff of Thunder. Good Vivify. And the Staff of Thunder, once I use it on you 4 to 6 times, does a lot of damage. Should get defeat here, and that should kill at least 2 of the 3. Oh, well, one of them is dead. Defeat is so good. I say that now. I'll be bitching at him for casting defeat later on. Don't want to fight this. Gotta sleep. Yeah, I use Poison Needle in 3 for Bomb Crags and then for Metal Slimes as well. These things can cast Defeat. I forgot to take that away. Wow. Holy crap. That success rate. He doesn't know Vivify. He should have learned Vivify. Is that may be 28. Boom! 4 of 4 defeats. Nothing you can do. I took the lower risk route of fighting them instead of running from them. So the 3 of 4 defeat is incredibly rare. I did forget to take away the Staff of Anti-Magic, so Lena wouldn't waste time with it. So, when I mentioned way back that I had a Winged Wyvern for a backup strat at a point later in the game, this is where it is. If I get to the other side of this and my hero is dead and I can't revive him, then I need the wing to be able to get out. That's too bad. I was only, what, like halfway through the dungeon, so it could have been worse, but that was strong combo. And one of the downsides of doing Hero 27 instead of 28 is no Vivify on the hero. Forgot that he didn't have that. Oh, you've got a 4-man party on the other side. So I also need to make sure that the wing is on somebody who's in my party for Dire Palace. Because I do still have another returner alive. Bray is alive. For now. You can death warp there, but it's obviously a lot better to have a wing. If you make it in there alive, and it's not like you're going to die inside the place. But I can understand for casual play why you want to do something like that. Alright. Let's not get defeat spam to death this time, please. And Blizzags are not especially vulnerable to expel or defeat either. Good crit. She probably would kill with the double hit anyway, but the crit ensures it. Oh, come on. Fine. I'll kill you then. Or you'll get 2 breath attacks off. He'd already learned 1 and 2. Before I rerouted 2 to be stupid and do metal slimes. But they ended up breaking even this time. Because my luck on metal slimes was quite poor, but my luck in the arena was also quite poor. Pokemonosaur, please let me run. Like I said, what I wanted the Leonars because they died to defeat. Good stop spell for an enemy that's going to die this turn. Yeah, I don't remember my time in Chapter 1. I think it was a 25-something. because I had a death or two in the tower while I was doing the grinding. Really loves this encounter. If I'd been trying to run from it, I would have drained so much MP. These get 2 attacks per round. One of them is almost always heal us, which takes forever to resolve. It's killing them really annoying. No, it's winnable without him. Not in the speedrun sense, but if you grind up to level 12, maybe 13, you can win that fight without healing. I'm not likely to repel many enemies here. There are only a handful that I can, but I wanted to get repel off before this happened, because I just remembered I died and lost my repel status. Alright, place your bets for transformation. I'm feeling foxes. Healers. Hooray, healers. Yeah, slimes I feel like is an acceptable answer for healers. A couple of things here. There's a tiny medal that I'm going to get, or a small medal. Called. I'm also going to get the Aeola Shield, or Aeola Shield. That casts a full screen expel, and it is so good. Please give. I did those in the wrong order. Thank you, Jenya. This is Nathan equipment you can get earlier, but I want to combine this trip. First of all, I don't need it any earlier. I want to combine this with making my last stop to the Metal Castle. Yeah, I didn't remember Panda needed to be in front or not, so I just swapped it. I always put him in front anyway because it makes the menu faster. He may or may not need to be in the front. I think he does, but I remember. Hooray, waiting in line. I think that whoever's in front is the person who tries to talk to the king. Exactly. Bye, Panon. Right, Bray versus the world. Wow, that's a hell of a way to do that. Unbelievable. At this point, I probably just let Bray live because that was strong. I have to check for his paralysis to have worn off, which probably should have happened by now, but not necessarily. Nope. Okay, Bray gets to live. Congratulations, Bray. Not gonna bother you killing you off now. I'll just absorb the couple of levels you're gonna gain. It's DQ5. Well, I guess it does happen in 3 also, but it's part of the cutscene in 5. You start out that game as a little kid and get left behind multiple times. DQ5 also very, very good game. I fight these because running away means taking 1,000,000 damage if you fail, and I should act before them, but I guess not. They have a scripted pattern. First turn is always attack plus scorching gas. They are relatively vulnerable to defeats, as it hits none of them. Can't put them to sleep, nope. Alina's attack should come first and kill it. Crystal to heal us, but he's not likely to learn that until maybe the tree. Really tight on MP at the moment. But I took a bunch more damage here than I normally do. Was a mistake. It's not the way I meant to fight this battle. I wasn't paying attention to what it was. They're vulnerable to defeat and expel. just hit none of them. 1 out of 4, I guess that's something. I know there's somebody in the English-speaking world who runs it. I'm just not sure who, because I've heard about it a couple of times. There are a bunch of DQ5 runners in Japan. Come on. And Bray is still paralyzed, or at least was when I opened those menus. Oh my god, this encounter rate. This is approximately double the number of encounters I normally get in this cave. Holy crap. And they both get the turns, of course. Even still. Good job, Ray. You're helping. Well, you can also play the DS version. I've heard some interest expressed in running the DS version of DQ5. I'm glad I didn't miss one. I was concerned that I had missed a medal because I wasn't paying too much attention. So the Hat of Happiness restores some of Christo's MP every few steps as long as he's in the active party. It's really nice. In addition to giving him a rather paltry amount of defense, it's all about the MP restore. Thank you, Driscollab. So, every encounter that I get in this part of the cave I should be able to run from first time, because I'm more than 10 levels above them. Am I actually gonna lose time on Balloon? I mean, I guess it did have the death in the Colossus, but... there's a million years to make up on the last split. And the big question becomes, do I skip the Sage's Stone? Because I'm thinking yes. Chaos Hoppers are completely worthless if you run away from them, because they don't actually attack. They are a high priority target for Alina, so if it's like a Chaos Hopper plus other stuff that I want to fight, which is not mask hands, then I can fight them. Yeah, we'll see how I feel about it at the time. I really thought it is... maybe. I probably should have fought that. They're quite weak. But again, I don't always look what the encounter is before I'm running if I'm taking a glance at something else. So the Sata Stone is mostly a safety measure against a belly phase freezing wave. It's recoverable without the Sata Stone, it just gets trickier. This is where it would be nice to have Heal Us. If I grind to 28 on the hero, I can have Heal Us by this point. It depends on what encounters I get along the way, but you can have it here. And it saves a lot of menu work. I mean, it probably prioritizes that, yeah. Wow, that was a good hit on Christo. In the average fight, I only use the Sata Stone to conserve MP, which is, I normally end up with a bunch of MP to spare anyway. Oh, did I say hero? I meant to say Christo. That snowstorm. I mean, if I grind the hero to level 28 before I leave the Metal Babel area, I'm gonna have to take this restore. Bah! Got no shame. Then Christo will normally be high enough to learn Heal Us at this point. Or somewhere around this point. Normally it's either, like, before Esther or right after. I think 29. It may be 30. I know this is about the range that I get it. Come on. So these things have a pitiful attack that casts Chaos a lot, which is confused. Oh, that did a lot of damage to the link. Okay, maybe not so pitiful attack all of a sudden. They normally hit for single digits. If they even attack, which is rare. Chaos Hopper stepping up its game, trying to get those FTW points. And to top it off, there's a bug that you can use to make Heal Us fully restore everybody instead of, you know, partially restoring everybody. So basically, you go into the change party member menu, and then you back out, and you immediately go in and cast Heal Us, and it fully restores everyone for the cost of a Heal Us. Dragon Riders, please. Ouch. Ouch. Yep. It works in both the Japanese version and this version. I noticed it watching a Japanese runner running DQ4 Famicom. I was like, huh, I wonder why he keeps going to that menu. I started paying attention. I was like, oh, that makes sense. I wonder if it works in this version. So I tested it and it does. Now, MP isn't too big an issue in this cave. I've burned through a lot of it already because I've been getting a bunch of encounters and a bunch of pretty bad encounters actually. Oh shit, kill that either. And evade. Oh, poison Ragnar. Poison just wastes time. Either you waste frames while you're moving because every few steps you stop and the screen flashes, or you waste the frames to heal it. It took way longer than it should have to finish that fight. Because of the dodge, mostly. So, any encounters, run away. Well then, your goal should be to beat High Spirits, learn to speedrun all of them. If you can play through them all casually before High Spirits learns to speedrun all of them, then you're in good shape. I've had a lot of encounters and a lot of failed runs here. It's not too unusual for this section of the game, but it's annoying. Yeah, I mean, he's not just playing through them once, he's actually trying to get competitive times in all of them. So cool. So you only have to beat each one once before he... Okay, well... Not the way I intended for this fight to go, but it's the way it turned out. One of the advantages to Crystal having Sword of Miracles, other than his damage output, pays off in this fight. Well, not this fight, but this boss fight coming up. There's a little mini-boss, and then there's an actual boss. And basically, my hero is primarily going to be healer for that boss, and Christo is going to fend for himself by tapping back most of the damage that he takes with the Sword of Miracles. And by rotating heals, even if the boss is asleep the entire time, which is what I want, because while he does more damage, it's more predictable spike damage, or more predictable damage on everybody as opposed to spike damage. Anyway. Esther generally is a pretty easy boss. I should have put this on use no MP, but I didn't. So yeah, he'll be about a level higher and would have learned heal us. Wakes up. The best thing you can do is every round be put to sleep and then wake up over and over and over, because then he doesn't take any actions. He takes 2 actions a turn when awake, including being able to focus somebody down. Oh, deep breath is not good. Don't put him to sleep. Unless he wakes up this turn, it's going to hurt a lot. So that's why I did the sort of preemptive heal all. Because it gets the buff from the deep breath. That makes me fall a little bit behind. Okay, that wake up will do it. Good spike. Good Christo. Not a problem. He's almost dead. My preference is that he stays asleep. Because then he's very, very, very predictable. No, there is no boss regen in this game. I mean, he's not a terribly difficult boss, even if he wait. Like that was probably the worst pattern I've gotten on him in a long time, and still kill him without any difficulty. So it's unfortunate that Christo missed the experience because it would put him closer to heal us. But what are you gonna do? He should still learn it by the time I'm into Necrosaurus Castle, which is where it really matters. Because I have somebody dead, I'm gonna go and recover here. We'll see if I can get a good death warp out of here, because outside is disabled. Good ambush. So I need to get to an item a couple of screens from here, and then I need to die as quickly as possible from there. I don't want to die before I get to the item, because that is a huge time loss. I don't like to fully restore Ragnar from there, but that battle happened way too early. Likely to get at least one more. So, if I can get a repeat of that defeat luck, that's what I want. Because what I'll do is I'll open this chest for the gas canister. I prefer to go to not the hero, but it goes to the hero. Not all you can do about it. And in the right chest here is a mimic. And mimics cast defeat and raw magic. Defeat, 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 please! Over. Okay. Actually, I should probably kill this and then attack myself. There we go. Good death warp. Time loss on this is mostly that death in the Colossus. Actually, how low is Christo's MP? 84, that's fine. No, outside is disabled there. So I could resurrect either using the church or using Vivify until it works. Or I can go for double or nothing on the video bonus question. Wait, no. Something like that. Please no. These are vulnerable enough to expel, but I want to stick around and eat a bunch of blizzards. Good 1 in 16. So I should know heal us by this point, but Kristen died on that start. Eh. Really? Those are pretty vulnerable to expel. That's why I did that. So I choose to revive using Leaf of the World Tree because it's faster than the church, and it's typically also faster than Vivify because Vivify can fail. Oops. I always forget set to offensive. I've got Mesa Speed at 1. Mesa Speed 8 is faster, but I really didn't feel like mashing the entire run for a very small game. Because the difference in this game is not nearly as big as it is in, say, 3. And if I mess up my mashing at any point, then I start to lose substantial amounts of time compared to using 1. It really saves time on crits more than anything else, and removes some of the delay between actions, but at some point if I feel like getting super optimal, I'll do it. But 7 hours of mashing, a bit much. I've not been getting good expel luck. again, higher than normal encounter rate. Alright, so we get Lucia. He can trade into the Zenithian Castle if you do what you told her you were going to do. Or you can keep her for later on. I'm going to keep her because she's useful in a couple of places. Primarily, she makes Necrosaro easier. A bit faster. That's where I'm going. It's the Sword of Decimation. Really good item. Again, mostly for Necrosaro. Uses defense when you use it as an item in battle. Ragnar, Stowe. I don't need to equip that yet, but may as well do it while I can remember it. Oh my god, counter rate please. That would have been a nice bonus. I just swapped the weapon back because there was a chance I get a hit on it. But if I get the hit on it, there's a chance to put it to sleep like everything else. How are you not? Okay. That's normally a 1 or 2 round fight. I rolled bad damage and got cowered a million times. Oh, Bray's still alive. Son of a... Yay, Firebolt. I still have Repel running from earlier, but I guess I'll recast it to make sure it remembers. And if my inventory on the hero is full, like I think it is, this item should go directly to Ragnar. There we go. Oh yeah, he didn't get his turn, that's why he didn't re-equip. Okay, that makes sense. So you need to have all the Zenithian equipment to get through that door. As soon as I'm through that door, see you later, Zenithian sword. I may use you once. Maybe not. The wrong heal. Good enough. Again, heal us would save a lot of time on the menus. Haven't learned it yet. So I'm on pace for 30. I'm on pace for 1.3 million encounters. Yeah, I should have used defeat. Again, both Expel and Defeat are really effective against most of the enemies here. If not one, then the other, or both. ambush. I guess it had been a handful since then. Oh for 2 on those, huh? And they're pretty vulnerable to expel. Fortunate. So, as long as Lucia isn't in your active party, or Zenithia, then she won't leave. Which means that I can utilize her a couple of times later on. So that's just a quick way to get everybody back to full HP. My MP is still down, but doesn't really matter too much, theoretically. And it's a bit faster to go talk to the king after all this stuff, just because that path to drop down here is much closer. And either way, you would want to return in and out to talk to the king. So you can do it now, or you can do it later. Really, I went 0 for 2 on expels on demighouls. For 3 on expels and demighouls. Please work so I can get out of this fight. I do this because it's the most reliable way to get through the demighoul fights without taking a bunch of damage, but the fight disagreed real hard. So I'm using a 2-man party here because most of the fights that are dangerous are those that do multi-target damage. So if you have all 4, it's more dangerous than just having 2. And especially you want the hero and Christo staggered so they're on the same party. Because Vivify. You don't want to have to use your Leaf of the World tree. Because you can't realistically take the time to go back and get another one. Good ambush. Yeah, I'm not in sub 7 pace because too many things have gone wrong, but unless I die a bunch of times to Necrosaurio, I should cut 8 pretty easily. This is not the place to have all the run fails in the world. That's 2 triple run fails so far just in this cave. And what, 2 ambushes? Crystal's MP 84, okay. Crystal won't regain MP from the Hat of Happiness from the wagon, so if it gets too low, then I need to swap him into the active party. Which is dangerous, because he's not nearly as tanky as the rest. Game, please. Go. Three 1 in 16 run fails, and about 5 encounters. This always happens to me in this cave. I cannot run in this cave, even though the odds are exactly the same as everywhere else in the game. I don't know why, it just... the way it is, I guess. There are a few formations, if you triple run fail, you're almost guaranteed to have someone to die. This has a good chance of landing on all 3, is why I'm going for this strat. Oh, for 3! Okay. 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 It hits on each one of those about 75% of the time. But I've already established I can't expel anything. Rip hero. There's another 1 in 16. I mean, what do you do? One for 5. Excellent. Okay, so this just turned into a very big problem. I have very little MP to work with, so I gotta rotate Crystal in the active party. I can't run, and there's still a lot of cave left. Crystal will gain MP as he walks around, but Master Malice is scripted. All it'll do is 1 explode to me. It won't be able to do any more damage, even if I fail to run 3 times. Unless it ambushes me. In case it gets 2 explodettes. That's what I've come to expect. My luck in this cave is beastly. I don't mind hitting Master Malice all the time, even though it means explodette. Yeah, it was, what, took me 7, 8 attempts to revive both of them? Which is pretty strong. Extra steps. So I forgot what room it's coming. Extra steps, because I saw what room was coming and still took the wrong way. Rappel doesn't work inside of caves or dungeons. Even if it did, I wouldn't be able to rappel off. I could rappel off maybe 1 or 2 enemy types. Well, if I fail to run again, I'll cast Upper. Master Malice is scripted. So, you always know what to expect from them. If you just run from them, then there's no threat. You just eat and explode at, and that's it. So, this is where I was when the power went out. In my previous run, that was a little bit slower paced than this, but pretty similar. Yeah, the number of encounters that can kill you just with normal attacks is much lower than the number that can cause crippling damage with multi-target attacks. So run 2 is actually safer than running 4. No. No. Hero. Ragnar. Lena. No, that's not right. Ragnar. Stuff. That's also not right. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna do these in a different order. I normally save this one for last because it's potentially the most dangerous. Oh, I don't have heal us. That should have occurred to me as well. So if this boss goes well, he's no threat at all. If he doesn't go well, he can get out of hand real fast. Oops, wrong tactics. Good use. Good job, Christo. So, the boss is a Dragon Warrior 3 character using parry attack. Should be just about dead. parry fight turns are pretty strong though. In terms of just wasting time. Yay, Bray levels. Bray's gonna level several times because I wasn't able to kill him off. And didn't learn heal us still. Bleh. Okay, so there's a safe way to do this boss, and there's a risky way to do this boss. I'm going to start out risky, and if it starts to go bad, then I will change things around. The reason I bring Lucia in here is because she casts defense. There's Explodette. Okay, I'm gonna have to Iron Eyes. He can get 2 casts per turn, unless I put him to sleep here. Yeah. Okay, so there's 1 Iron Eyes, or 1 Explodette. I have to run him out of MP because those first couple turns went poorly. Okay, well, now of course he's not using it. There's 2. 3. 4. Okay. He has, I believe he has MP for 1 more, but I can eat 1 more Explodette. What I want to do is put him to sleep, which I'm failing to do. And I want to have, there's the last one. I want to have Lucia actually cast defense, so I don't have to use the Sword Decimation. What? How did you have a 7th Explodette? I disagree. Attack. Good job, Lucia, don't heal. And an 8th Explodette. Holy... He does not have that much MP. He does not have that much MP. Okay. I mean... You want to violate the rules of the game, then by all means. No. Lucia didn't do her job anyway, so... She'll get to appear for Necrosaro, and that's it. Yeah, he has enough MP for 6 Explodettes. And that was... 8? 9? Never went to sleep. Never got defense cast on him. This is normally done after the mini-bosses, but since I'm out anyway, I'll just go ahead and do it here. This is just to power up the Zenithian Sword for the final battle. Not to be used as a weapon, but to be used as an item. Yeah, the game disagreed with me real hard. What do you do when the game decides a boss suddenly has infinite MP? Guess I'll do that one last. Because there's no reason to go back to it at the moment. I lost my repel. Come on, Ragnar, stop being an idiot. God. Success rate for both defeat and expel are being pretty awful, like they have been all run. Really? Stop throwing your sword around and do something useful. This resist rate is insane. This boss barely resists defeat or expel. Well, they're in the same group now. So defeat has a chance to hit both. There we go, finally. Please learn transform. Son of a bitch. I never learned transform at 30. Which means I have to sidetrack to get another level at least. So this will turn this heal us into heal us all. So by going into the party order and then back out, it changes that into heal us all for the cost of heal us. Yeah. You can learn it starting at level 30, and I've learned it as late as 32 or 33, I'm not sure. So it's either a 3-level range or it's a 50% chance starting at level 30. But I do not learn at level 30 in a run, ever. And it would save so much time if I did. But I haven't gotten it in a practice run, I haven't gotten it in off-stream practice, it doesn't happen. Repel is still up from the last time I cast it. It faded before because I died. Okay, so there are a few variations of how I do this fight depending on how the first couple of turns go. Please expel. Been resisting everything on stuff that doesn't resist expel for so damn long. Double influence, good start. Son of a bitch. have to use... Assuming that I can get this far, I have to use Fin Spell. He did too much damage. Ragnar hadn't attacked in about a year and a half. Oh, he hit the Demigod and attacked the boss in forever. He likes to screw around instead. Yeah, just keep throwing your sword in the air. If he does that too much from Necrosaro, I can die pretty easily. So don't Fin Spell Ragnar, because he sends damage back. I don't like to Fin Spell at all. It's the way it turned out. Resist, resist, resist. Just hit him in the face. I was going for a kill on the previous turn with the defense, because the attack wouldn't have made a difference. Good job, Bray. Keep getting those levels. Hey, Bray learned by kill. Not that I can make it actually happen. Theoretically, you could rotate Bray in on Necrosaro for by kill. I haven't found a way to reliably make him cast it, but I may try. Because I do have a few turns where I'm free to be able to rotate people around. So there's a possibility, depending on how the fight goes, I'll rotate Bray in and see if I can get him to cast by kill. Because if he by kills Ragnar, not Alina, strangely enough, if he by kills Ragnar, that will save a pretty good chunk of time. Transform into Bray is suicide. Because I have to, in order to do that, I would have to dispel all the buffs on myself, because I need the increased stacks for the first few forms. It would take me 2 turns to be able to get a by kill out. It's just not worth it. Can I get a sleep, please? Thank you. Much easier when he doesn't cast 9 Explodettes. Good job, Bray. Get those levels. Okay, so I've already upgraded the sword. I don't need to do that. Need to learn Transform. If one of a million different things didn't go wrong, I could have cut sail on this run. Because I could be at the final boss right now pretty easily, just, you know, with a bunch of different stuff working. That may not be enough for 31, if not as close. No, it's not. And Bray's gonna get levels because you still kind of have the wagon on this first floor, but not really. Need, I guess, one more metal battle for 31, and then I hope I learn Transform at 31, and then I have to go to 32. I want a mirror shield kill on one of them. You're really gonna not let me run away from this stuff. Stuff I was fighting 15 levels ago. I do need to fix my inventory also. I'm not getting this Aegis Stone. Come on. As awful as my luck has been in this last hour or so, I should get this Aegis Stone. I'm skipping it. Just fireball, please. Outblaze, fireball, sleep, or not. Okay. There we go. Just learned it there. Okay, things in place. Tori. Yeah, Alina's one of the strongest characters in terms of her world. And, well, in my opinion, she's one of the best characters in the RPG, but I was going to say one of the strongest, then I remembered things like Setzer that are just critically broken. Not sure how I got that encounter. Down. You. So this castle is no joke. It is. There's a bunch of difficult enemies in it and a bunch of ways that they can just drain me. And I just drop my Eolus shield, so I'm just gonna run. And then Necrosaro is the final phase in particular is really strong. A lot of the setup throughout the entire run is about having a way to beat Necrosaro. So his castle is pretty short. It's just about how many encounters you get, basically. Good timing. Fight on the stairs. Bunch of damage, because they're guardians. No escape ever. You can't triple run fail against 2 guardians. You cannot do it. I've triple run fail from everything, so I don't know why it would be even remotely surprising. Rippolina. Alright. If I went up there and took those stairs, that's what would lead me to the Sage's Stone. Good raid message. That's a pretty good time for a second run, though. Congrats, NES. There's still a pretty good chance to die in Necrosaro. I'm not getting the Sage's Stone because it's about a 2-minute to 3-minute detour, or if you get a bunch of encounters. And I'm just gonna believe. That's a NES Cardinality raid. He just finished a run of Dragon Warrior 4 in 8:05:28 from what chat tells me. Okay, no more random encounters. How's Crystal's MP? More than enough. Remember to use the Baron's Horn. You forget that, Necrosaro gets real messy in a hurry, especially no Sage's Stone. I mean, in the castle, no more random. I've had more instant death spells land on me in this run. Well, I hope Crystal doesn't need MP, because he's not getting it. That was about my standard Vivify luck for the run, also. Okay, so the first few forms are not bad. The big thing to look for as far as early stuff is on the belly phase, which will be quite obvious when you see it. I need no freezing wave on the belly phase. If I can dodge that, it'll be smooth sailing until the final phase of the fight. So I transformed into Crystal. That's why I need that. So I can get stacks of increase up to deal with these first few phases. Otherwise, you can't really deal with the amount of healing that has to be done without just burning Sage's Stone just about every turn. But once you get 3 or 4 stacks of increase up, it's pretty pitiful for the first few phases. is heal us to kind of recover from the early bit of damage that like Alina took, the hero took a little bit. Should be fairly close to pushing into phase 2. I'm not going to bother with the sword decimation because I am fairly close, or close enough. It's actually pretty high damage rolls. I know you got that equipped. Why did you hit for 8 damage? I could have sworn he'd be pushed over by now. Oh well. She hadn't landed defense either after many attempts. It's what, 3 or 4? So I'm gonna go for it. Okay, 60. There it is. This phase again is not much of a threat, so I'm gonna go for the defense drop before worrying about sleep. Currently 0 for the entire fight on getting defense to land. It doesn't matter too much in these early couple of phases, it just speeds the fight up. Not what I meant to do, but we'll take a parry, I guess. There we go, she finally hit one. I got the bonus one on top of it. The second one matters very little. It's all about getting one hit of defense off. And that's the, I'm using the Sword of Decimation as an item to cast it with the hero. Okay, the next phase is the critical one in the early part of the fight. I cannot get a freezing wave during this phase, or it's a struggle to recover. No sages, though. Come on, Ragnar, stop being a moron. Soundwave's fine. Sleep. Go. That is beautiful. This phase it is pretty quick if I can get him asleep and get the defense buff. So, it's surround? Question mark. Okay, good, no freezing wave. These next two phases are mostly about AoE damage. There are a few physical hits, but I've still got to increase up. Good, I got the sleep on transition, that's always beautiful. The defense fall. So this phase should go fast. Now going to advanced tactics, I can kind of break down what's going on depending on how the fight goes, or I may wait until afterwards. Good, she got a defense fault. Go to sleep. I'll enter the last phase at full HP. Good turn order. Oh, bad turn order. I didn't think I was gonna have Ragnar go before the hero. Oh, crap. If he hadn't go to sleep here, I could be in trouble. Immediately, okay. To sleep. Good. Where's the item? Doing this is not... Crap, he woke up instantly. It's just Lucia. I can leave Lucia out. She's not a problem. I even heal. Wow. It's a big hit. Come on, sleep. I need the defense fall either from Lucia or from the sword. Get in a hurry. And he woke up again. Son of a bitch. Resist, resist, wake up. Come on. This is way too many resists. And she's not even trying to cast defense. You know, I took the turn to... Oh, God. A few big breaths have to do. Lucia, fucking piece of shit. Do your job. Bray is still paralyzed. Wow. Good job, Bray. Okay. Nina. Got it. Okay, sloppy. Chances, I mean, the double freezing wave turns were nice. I could have used the Dew of the World tree to recover. He didn't want to stay asleep, he didn't want defense to land, but I got through it with no Sage Stone, so... That phase is very dangerous. he uses a breath attack that can hit for 100 plus damage. Timer didn't stop yet. Like I said, I'll explain some things. I wasn't really watching chat too closely during it. So I'll explain, like, I'm sure people were asking why I was dropping people out of the party and such. That's a common question. Make sure I don't screw up the navigation at the end of the game. So many really bad moments. This could have been sub 7. Oh well. Extra steps. And we done. Not the sub 7 I wanted, but much better. That's a more reasonable time. Okay, so the last phase of that boss is crazy dangerous. He's got multiple breath attacks that hit everybody. He uses freezing wave. He melees for 100 plus damage. So the idea is, when I'm approaching that phase, I want to drop down to just Ragnar and the hero, because both of those have a chance to put him to sleep on every turn. The goal is to put him to sleep, use the hero to keep both characters healthy, rotate in Lucia for healing if needed, because if she dies it doesn't really matter at all. Once he's asleep, get the defense buff applied. And then I can start rotating in Alina. Now, if he wakes up, and if he's awake at the end of the turn, I have to pull Alina back out, because if she dies, I lose so much damage. So it's this process of, like, building up to that point, and then you start rotating people back in. That's the only reason that the Baron's Horn is gotten, is for that phase of that fight. It was a difficult one to figure out, because there are a bunch of different ways you can handle that fight, and then doing it without the Sage's Stone is another kind of pinch to it. But yeah. Like I said, the next time I finished a run, I was going to PB by 1.5 miles. I think it took me 3 or 4 attempts to kill Necrosaro last time. So. It was okay. And it was a decent enough run. Like I said, Chapter 1 and 2, neither one of those went especially well. The arena took me 3 or 4 tries. Had a couple of deaths in Chapter 3. 4 went okay. I mean, I had a death to Balzac, but that's expected. And then 5, I had a few kind of bad spots. And the grind didn't go too well. So, sub 7 certainly could have been a thing, but 7:17 isn't too bad. My estimate, based on the version differences, is that the Japanese version is right around 2 hours faster, so that would make this actually a somewhat respectable time, if I were running the, if you did the conversions. Yeah, the hardest part of this game is getting a run going. Getting through Chapter 2 in a reasonable time. I took a kind of bad time into Chapter 2. It was like a 1:55 or something, which is awful. You can get through Chapter 2 in about 1:40. With the kid tossing. Scumbag Taloon. But he did finish the game with 0 XP, so that's something, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you can look at, like, theoretically what you can get, and you just have to make allowances. You're never going to get the perfect run in a game like this. Too many things can go wrong, and you're using too many strategies that aren't high enough percentage. Just knowing in advance that they're not high enough percentage, but it's still the best way to do things. I took one break during a level up sequence. I didn't stop the timer, though. So, I had a bunch of levels in a row coming, so I just waited down the B button because the B button advances it, and then ran off. There aren't very many opportunities to take a break in this game, because most of the cutscenes are like 20 seconds. There is a type of run that's a time attack as opposed to a real-time attack, and that applies to like the ability to pause the timer in the middle. You can also use it for like segmented stuff like that. You generally tend to see time attacks more often when there's with respect to an in-game timer. But you know, if you don't have, you know, that block open, there's nothing wrong with doing a time attack. RTA is preferred by a lot of people, but it really doesn't make a difference. You just make sure people know the timer was paused somewhere in the middle. Yeah, it's... Like I said, there are a couple of level up sequences that you can use, because the ones, Kilian and Balzac both have pretty lengthy level ups after you fight them. So you get a minute or so. Well, a couple minutes. Because level ups take a long time. Anyway, I'm not completely satisfied with this time, but I'm not sure when I'm going to have the opportunity to improve it. I just wanted a somewhat decent time posted. I'm sure that this time will get bopped pretty soon with people working on it. Yeah, level 30 transform. Please God, one time, give me that. I'm not, you know, given that I may not have the time for this length of run, I may try to work on getting sub 4 Dragon Warrior 3 for a while. I don't know. Or maybe just do some partial runs for this, do like 1 to 4 runs and chapter 5 runs, stuff like that. Anyway. Akira Toriyama. This is actually some of his best work. Screw all that anime nonsense. The sprites in this game have so much personality. I'll just let this play out and then we'll find ourselves a raid target. Oh, the 2-hour difference I mentioned is including if you went Japanese timing, so... Because I figured that the credits is part of that. That's about my estimate, is right around 2 hours difference between the versions, once you figure for the timing and the version differences. The ability to use Turbo. Turbo is a big deal. The Dragon Warrior / Dragon Quest series.
Bird Studio. Guaranteed grinding helps a lot. Basically, any metal slime or metal babble you encounter in the entire game that doesn't run on the first turn, you're losing time compared to a Japanese run. Anyway, let's see. See who's doing the things.